Allegiance to the United States and to the Texas flag will be delivered by Deputy Constable Chad Falk.
American flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. God bless Texas.
Well, again, thank you all so much for coming here today. It's going to be a lively day, we hope. Good, and we will get a lot done. I appreciate your dedication to establishing and securing the conservative principles and platform of the Republican Party in Texas, and I look forward to the successes we will achieve today. I want to first give special thanks to our Arrangements Committee Chairwoman, Patty Maggio, for her leadership and direction in managing registration and the details of the venue, as well as the physical arrangements for this convention. Awesome work. Thank you, Patty. Today we will accomplish much in a short amount of time. Yes, it is a short. We have until 5 o'clock, hard stop, that will further seek to secure our republic and to secure conservative values for the Republican Party of Texas. In attendance today, we have convention delegates duly named through the precinct convention process. Under RPT Rule 25, delegates only are able to engage in dialogue, conversation, and caucus with their respective precincts. We welcome our guests today who are not delegates but have chosen to come to observe. Through the precinct convention process, where we met in the same room just 3 weeks ago, precinct delegates submitted over 400 resolutions to be considered and sent on to state convention, which I think is probably a record for Rockwall County. We also have over 150 people who want to be considered for appointment as delegates and alternates to the state convention. In other words, we have a lot to do today. 5 o'clock is a hard stop. Whatever business has been completed at that time is what we send on. We don't continue past that. And the state party didn't allow for any continuation on other days. Today's it. We have the place until a designated time, and we have to honor that. When we have breaks throughout the day, please pay close attention to your clocks. If I say it's 15 minutes, at 16, we're starting again, so don't push it. I want to say thanks to our gracious donors, County Judge David Sweet for breakfast. Texas Senator Bob Hall is providing lunch for us, and County Judge candidate Frank New is doing snacks for the afternoon. We'll have a brief recess to gather your lunch at noon, but it is a working lunch. We'll ask you to return to your seats with your lunches and reconvene. We'll break for 15 minutes to allow you to get your food, and then 15 minutes, we're back. Again, as we consider our work today, please keep in mind the time limitations. Be considerate and respectful of the process and of other delegates. The committee chairs will assist you with further recommendations as they come up to make sure that we are moving forward in accordance with Robert's Rules of Orders to complete our business. And as the RPT requires, we will be allowing candidates and officials to speak today. Each one will be allowed up to 5 minutes. And we're honored with our first speaker today is Senator Bob Hall.
Thank you, Sharon. First, I just want to say thank you guys for being here and to tell you that I am just truly humbled and honored to have the privilege of being able to serve you. And believe me, I do look at this as a servant's job, which all elected officials should look at their job. But this is where it starts. This is the foundation. This is where we start laying out what our party should be doing. And believe me, I am very supportive of the Republican Party and the platform it lays out. We won't always agree on the order of things, but we will agree on what's well to the right. And that's where we need to be. And what we need to do is remember that the primary purpose of government is to protect individual liberties, not to be provided the free stuff. And so, as we move out and work through this, I look forward to seeing what you come up with the priorities. And for those of you who have not been to a convention, I think you're in for a real treat. I have not yet been to one that I didn't think was absolutely fantastic to be at. The opportunity to talk with others, to get ideas, to use our ears to listen to what others have to say, and get new and better ideas on ways to do things, because sometimes when we stay in small groups, we tend not to expand very much. And so it is a great opportunity, and those of you who get on committees and are down there for the whole week, I think you will really, really enjoy it. And I would just say the priorities of what I saw from coming out of the last session, somewhere near the top, there will be some differences on some things. We made some real progress on Second Amendment items. We made good progress on life last time. We've got other areas that we came up short on. One of them at the top of my list is to rein in government powers, executive powers. They are far too overreaching. And all of you now seeing what it leaves us when your elected legislators have no voice in what's being said, what's being done, which we have not had, because we cannot go into session, and the way the current law is written, the governor can declare himself absolutely in control, and we have no say in it. That has to change. We cannot go through another 2 weeks to flatten the curve and be still looking at it 2 years later. We did some advancements in election security, but we are not there. We are not where we need to be on election security. Now, I don't worry about Rockwall. You've got one of the finest elections offices in the state. I guarantee you that. It is not Rockwall that I'm worried about. It's the Harris counties, the Dallas counties, the Bexar counties, the Travis counties. Between them, they make almost 30% of the vote for Texas. So we've got to be concerned about what goes on in these big counties. So if we come up with some things that causes a little more effort to make sure votes count, folks, security trumps convenience every day of the week. It might not be convenient to do some things, but it's going to be needed in order to protect our elections. One of the things that's going to be proposed is to change the way we do in-person voting. Right now we have 3 processes. We have early voting, mail-in ballots, and election day. They're all similar, but they operate under 3 different sets of rules. We only need 2, in-person voting and mail-in ballots. Now, as far as I'm concerned, mail-in ballots should be limited to those that cannot be in the state and are disabled. Just because you turn 65 is no excuse not to show up in person and vote. If you can go to Walmart, you can go to the polls and vote. In-person voting, 20 other states have an election period. Start on one day and end on election day with no gap in between. That gap gives a great opportunity for people to take the memory cards from early voting, download them and reload them with the answers they want. That is our major source of voter fraud in our larger counties. We need to eliminate that gap and have just a voting period. Those would be the key things on election. We need to go back and put the penalties back in that were inadvertently taken out at the last minute when the previous bill was passed. Second big item is our border security. It is time for Texas to do what it can do to take control of our borders. I've had 2 bills that I filed just about every session. One was on an interstate compact for border security. That simply would have us join in with one other state, get congressional approval, and then we would have the authority to enforce federal law. Right now, our hands are tied because the state has no authority to enforce federal law. We cannot intercept illegal aliens and do anything other than turn them over to ICE. The other would be to take advantage of what's called the 287G program, which was dialed back by Biden. This is a program that allows our local law enforcement folks to go take a 2-week course in federal law, and then they can enforce federal law. So those are at the top of my list. There are several others here. I just want to thank you for being here. Look forward to seeing you down in Houston for the convention. And God bless you. God bless Texas.
Thank you, Senator Hall. We have a couple of other candidates and officials who are here. If any of you would like to come and who have indicated they want to speak, if you would like to speak at this time, you're welcome to, or you can wait. Who's ready? All right, Frank News ready?
Are you going to go first?
Oh dear. SREC chairwoman, our SREC woman, Terry Fisher.
I'm sorry, should have been with my story. Okay. Just broke it. I'm sorry, but I have 4 more conventions to go to this morning. And I won't be as long as Bob, because I know y'all are going to be here a long day. Okay. I am State Republican Executive Committee woman for SD2. And as you know, SD2 has redistricting, so I no longer have East Texas, but now I have Navarro, Ellis County, so I'm headed to Navarro as soon as I leave here. I have served 2 terms as SREC, and this last term I was the Resolution Committee Chairman. So I want to thank you all for passing our 10 resolutions or 10 propositions. My committee was in charge of that, and I thank y'all for passing those. And I am your voice on the RPT, so anything y'all want, need, just let me know. And I thank you all for putting me there for the last 2 terms. But I'm asking for your vote this next time, and thank you to my husband, who's my chauffeur 3 nights a week. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Terry. She's also running for SREC again. She loves punishment. And now we have school board candidate Stan Britton. Yes.
Well, good morning, friends. It is a privilege to get to address you this morning. My name is Stan Britton, and I am running for place 4 on the RISD Board of Trustees. You may not recognize my face, you may recognize my voice. I am the voice of Heath Hawk Athletics for Rockwall ISD, and have the privilege of calling our student athletes' names and students' names, and have done so since 2016. My family and I have been residents here in Rockwall County since 2014. I pastored a church here from 2014 until 2020. Unfortunately, as Senator Hall mentioned, that flatten the curve restrictions played a major effect on our church. But nevertheless, in the time that we were afforded, we were able to serve our RISD campuses. Each teacher, each faculty member, each staff member was encouraged and ministered to through our church. We were on every campus in Rockwall ISD serving Sonic drinks, because who doesn't love Sonic Ice when you're teaching students every day? And so we were able to minister to our teachers and faculty and staff through that. I'm married to my wife, Lauren, who is a nurse at Jones Elementary, and we have 5 children who are at Heath High School, Linda Lyon Elementary, and Sharon Shannon Elementary. So needless to say, we've got 4 out of 24 Rockwall ISD campuses in our house alone. And so it's very important that our district remain strong and remain steadfast, and be successful. And we're facing a couple of challenges. First and foremost is the teacher shortage not just in our area, but in our state. Teachers over the last 2 years have faced incredible stress. Most of that because of those flatten the curve measures. And so now we're facing a shortage of teachers and looking ahead into the future, our county is growing, our student population is growing, and we've got to do better at recruiting and retaining our teachers. And so my hope is to be a voice on our board to get high quality teachers into our district who can continue to make us a successful district. Obviously, we're growing in curriculum and instruction, and so working with our in-house curriculum and instruction team to make sure that our students are getting a quality education, to make them model citizens. I want our students to be sitting in conventions like this in the years to come, being active and involved in our community, not just in their extracurricular activities, but in civics like what we're doing here this morning. My hope is to continue to advocate for strong financial transparency and financial accountability. Our district wins awards across the nation, being in the top 1% of financial transparency and financial accountability. So I want to continue to be a voice for that, to maintain that direction that David Carter and his team have set in motion. But ultimately, my hope is to be a voice for you. If you have students in the district, grandchildren, children, nieces, nephews, I want to be a voice for our community and be someone who is listening to what is going on and what's being said and advocate for you from behind that desk downtown at the school district building. So I'm grateful, again, to have your support. I would love to visit with you if you have questions about anything that I've said this morning or specific issues that are of concern to you. I would love the opportunity to visit with you. Again, I'm Stan Britton, running for RISD Board of Trustees, Place 4.
We're just going to go ahead and take care of a few of these before we get started. So we also have school board candidate Lee Harvey.
Good morning, everyone. Didn't want to interrupt everybody's breakfast. I thought I was speaking later in the day, but a great opportunity. For those who don't know me already, my name is Lee Harvey. Insert joke here. Older people get it. Some of the younger people don't. I'm running for RISD Place 4, and so I'll give you a brief introduction because a lot of familiar faces. But those who don't know who I am, I'm a father, a husband, and a parent that's been extremely active in our community. I've done and worked with coaching soccer from a really young age. I had an opportunity, a real smart guy that worked with our company told me one time, he said, when your kids get old enough, make sure at whatever capacity you can to coach, mentor, whatever that looks like, whether that's bringing water to the field, whether that's holding a towel, it doesn't matter what that looks like, just make sure you're active and you're involved. And that resonated with me, but I'm not a water guy, I'm not a towel holder, so of course I had to run for a head coach and did that for many years as my children were growing up. And, I'm going to do things a little differently. Instead of just talking about being who I am, I'll give you a brief introduction on that side, but I also want to open it up to questions. So if you have questions, because one of the things I'm asking for is transparency. And I want to be fully transparent with everybody here, right? And so if you have questions about anything that I'm about to say, or why I'm running, right? The 3 core reasons why I'm running is, number one, taxes. I see and we hear this all the time, that our tax rate is going down, yet my tax bill every year keeps going up more and more. Why is that? The other one is transparency over what is our district doing? Where is their money going? How are these bonds at $500 million, how are they getting passed through so quick? And the third one would be, what are our children learning? What are they being taught? We have some phenomenal teachers here in Rockwall That's why we moved here in 2005, was because of the school districts. Top of the nation, certainly top of the Dallas, Texas area. So that's why Maria and I moved here. We have 3 children. 2 are in Rockwall High School. We have 1 in middle school. Last year we were represented in Williams, Celia Hayes Williams, and in Rockwall High School. Now we 1 in middle school and 2 in Rockwall High School. So we are fully invested in Rockwall. That's enough about me. If you have questions, please raise your hand. I don't think I have much time left, but maybe 1 or 2 questions, no questions. All right, so I don't know how much time I have left, but a little bit more about me. 2005 is when we moved here, made our community, made Rockwall our forever community. We wanted to, and we have been extremely involved. Maria, my wife, put up with me for 18 years, plus I definitely outfunded my yardage on that one. But she's been phenomenal. She was involved in PTA. She's done that throughout each one of our children through elementary school. Sorry, and as we progress, so we've always been involved in our community. Bible study at church. Again, if I'm going to get involved in something, I want to be leading it rather than sitting behind the scenes. But anyhow, please come and find me. If you have any questions about the 3 things that I just mentioned, 3 or 4 reasons why I'm running, it goes much deeper than that. But the 3 or 4 principles, I think, resonates, and everybody I've spoken to can relate to those. So come find me, ask me some questions. I'd be glad to answer them for you. Thank you. Lee Harvey for RISD, place 4. Look forward to earning your vote. Thank you.
And then Frank New, are you still here, Frank? Here we go. Candidate of County Judge.
Good morning. My name is Frank New. I am running for Rockwall County Judgment runoff. Starts mid-May. The thing that I want to tell you today, I suspect there's not 2 people out there who don't know who they're voting for. So, in that line, I want to tell you, my message for you is, take a deep breath. Just relax. It's going to be okay. Competition is good. In the party, competition is good. In the state, competition is good. There's no harm in it. This is not 1970s Worldwide Wrestling Federation. The loser does not have to leave town. Will still be active, and typically the better man wins. So I would encourage you to just relax. Everything's going to be okay. Now, if you want to find information about me, franknew.com is a good place to go. Or Frank New for Rockwall County Judge on Facebook. And if you want to see how I've handled adversity, handled wins, losses, struggles, go back and look at my East City Council page on Facebook. Frank New for East City Council. That goes back 5 years, and that'll give you a good indication of how I vote, what I'm for, what I'm against, how I do things right out in the open, transparent. Even things I struggle with. I come out and I say, I'm struggling with this. I don't know the way. And I call upon the people that I serve to give me guidance. So I would encourage you, go to Facebook, check me out, and just relax, guys. It's going to be okay. We're going to make it through it. Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for coming to talk to us today. Share your ideas on the races that you're involved with. At this time, the chair appoints the following officers: Tony Norton as temporary sergeant at arms. Tony, would you receive? Close. I want you to be able to recognize these people as they're doing their duties. So there's Tony Norton, he is temporary sergeant at arms. Alma McClintock is our temporary secretary, and Mark Russo is our temporary parliamentarian. These officers will serve until the permanent convention chair is elected. In accordance with the rules of the Republican Party of Texas, I have appointed temporary committees for our convention. The committee's chairs are, and if you would stand as I call your name if you're in the room, Frances White, Temporary Credentials Committee Chair. Tiffany Miller, Temporary Rules Committee Chair. Edna Sullivan, Permanent Organization Committee Chair. Richard Henson, Temporary Resolutions Committee Chair. And David Peake, Temporary Nominations Committee Chair. The agenda for our meeting is set forth by the rules of the Republican Party of Texas. The order of business will be as follows. Call to order. Roll call of the temporary roll of delegates. Report of the Temporary Credentials Committee. Report of the Temporary Rules Committee. Report of the Permanent Organization Committee and election of permanent convention officers. Appointment of Permanent Nominations and Permanent Resolutions Committee. Appointment of Permanent Parliamentarian. Then we'll recess for Precinct Caucus. Then return with a report of the Permanent Nominations Committee, report of the Permanent Resolutions Committee, and then adjournment. All that. So we will now proceed to establish the voting members of this convention. The secretary will call the roll. You have your numbers? No? Okay. Francis is bringing us to the roll is determined by the list submitted by each precinct convention. The roll, just the numbers. The roll has been taken and the secretary will read the results in just a minute.
The roll has been taken. There are 18 delegations present with a combined voting strength of 65, and the total number of delegates attending at the start of the convention is 65.
Thank you, Alma. Now the Temporary Credentials Committee hears contests and challenges concerning the seating of delegates and alternates. The committee is also responsible for recommending the permanent role of delegates and alternates who will serve for the remainder of this convention. The chair of the Temporary Credentials Committee will now give the committee report. Frances White.
When you're short, you have to take the long way around. ladies don't like make it up there. But my secretary also said she couldn't do it either, so I'm in good hands. Madam Chair, the Temporary Credentials Committee met to hear all the contests made against delegates and alternates. There were no contests filed. The Temporary Credentials Committee recommends that the following delegates were duly elected by the respective precinct conventions. We recommend that these delegates be seated at this convention. By direction of the committee, I move adoption of the Temporary Credentials Committee report. And I have the names of all the people who signed in to be delegates on sign-in sheets.
All right, the question is on the adoption of the report of the Temporary Credentials Committee. The motion does not require a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the report of the Temporary Credentials Committee say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The report of the Temporary Credentials Committee has been adopted. I would like to thank the committee for their work in preparing this report. The Temporary Rules Committee recommends any supplementary rules which shall be used during the remainder of the convention. These rules may include such items as time limits for speeches, length of debate, method of state delegate and alternate selection. The Temporary Rules Committee, Chair Tiffany Miller, will now give the committee's report.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the committee that have composed. It was Ken Culpepper, Mark Russo, Sandra Owen, Kyle Wagner, Julie Owen, and David Roth. We met this morning and we unanimously voted and approved the following rules to be submitted. Bear with me, I read them all. The Rules Committee, having met, discussed the procedures of the convention, finds and recommends that the following supplementary rules or amendments, which are not in conflict with the Texas Election Code or the rules of the Republican Party of Texas, should be adopted for the orderly transaction of business at this convention. Supplementary Rule Number 1, Adoption and Amendment of Rules, Clarification. The supplementary rules for the 2022 Rockwall County Republican Convention are adopted in accordance with Rule Number 10, Supplementary Convention Rules, under the Republican Party of Texas, General Rules for all conventions and meetings, approved and revised by the State Republican Executive Committee on February 12, 2022. Supplementary Rule Number 2, Seating. A delegate seating is assigned by precinct. All delegates are required to sit only in the designated space. Visitors will only be admitted to the convention hall by permission of the convention chair. Since it's traditional for elected officials and candidates for office to speak, and considering the limited seating, speeches by elected officials shall be limited to 5 minutes each, and candidates shall be limited to 5 minutes. Supplementary Rule Number 3, Conduct of Delegates. Since business must be conducted under limited conditions, cell phones and other telephonic devices must be turned to off or vibrate while in the convention hall. If anyone needs to use any such device, he or she must either leave the convention hall or confine all conversation to convention business. Except for still pictures, no live recording of convention business proceedings will be allowed without prior approval from the convention chair. The convention chair may ask any person attending the convention to step out of the convention hall for disrupting the convention. Supplementary Rule Number 4, Recognition by the convention chair. Any delegate wishing to address the convention shall rise and wait to be recognized by the convention chair. Upon recognition by the convention chair, the delegate shall state their name and precinct number before making a motion or point. The sergeant at arms shall assist in gaining recognition for delegates wishing to speak. Supplementary Rule Number 5, Debate on motions or resolutions. If the convention chair expects debate on a motion, issue, or resolution, he or she will ask those speaking in favor to line up on one side of the room, and those speaking in opposition to line up on the other side of the room. When debating an issue, each speaker will, upon recognition by the convention chair, state their name, precinct number, and position on the motion, issue, or resolution. Discussion will continue in alternate positions, for or against, up to 2 speakers on each side of the issue. If no response or debate is offered, the discussion will end and will go to vote. Supplementary Rule number 6, limitations on time for debate. Main motion, a delegate may speak once on any motion or resolution for 1 minute. Amendments and secondary motions, a delegate may speak once for 1 minute on any amendment. Committee reports, the delegate making the committee report or minority report of any convention committee may speak on such report for up to 10 minutes, which includes time to answer any questions on the report. There shall be a limit of 2 speakers on each side of each issue. Then the motion or resolution will go to a vote unless there is a specific motion passed with a majority vote of the convention otherwise. A majority vote of the convention may limit or extend equally the time and the number of speakers for each side of the debatable motion. Supplementary Rule number 7, nominations, selection, and election of Rockwall County delegates and alternates to the 2022 Republican Party of Texas State Convention. In order to both simplify and provide for a fair and orderly delegate alternate selection process, which is in harmony with the Texas Election Code and the rules of the Republican Party of Texas, and with knowledge that based on voting strength in the 2018 gubernatorial general election, the Republican Party of Texas has allocated to Rockwall County 55 delegates and 55 alternates to attend the 2022 Republican Party of Texas State Convention, representing Rockwall County Republican Party. The Rockwall County delegates shall be selected as follows. The number of delegates, alternates to be allocated to each precinct shall be prepared in advance in an equitable fashion. The allocation allows 0 delegates to precincts without representation at the county convention. Precinct chairs may release any unused precinct delegate alternate allocations to the nominations committee to be used as additional at-large delegates or alternates. The convention's nominations committee will receive, consider, and recommend delegate and alternate nominations as a whole in a report to the convention. At least 10 delegates and 10 alternates will be recommended and elected at large. Delegates or alternates recommended and elected do not need to be present at the county convention. Madam Chair, the Rules Committee moves that these are approved as presented.
The question is on the adoption of the supplemental rules. This motion does not require a second. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes A.J. Western.
Point of information, was there a limit on the number of speakers for and against for each motion?
2. 2 for and 2 against.
How are those going to be decided?
When they come up, they will advance to the microphone. We'll have 2 signs, for or against, and then you just come up. It's the first 2 that come up.
So it's a fantastic product.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
The rules also say that we can add more people at the body, that's part of that rule.
Yes, after the rules do state that after 2 on either side, if there's a proper motion made and approved and voted on to extend it to additional people in time, we're allowed to do that.
Further discussion? Question is on the adoption of the supplemental rules. This motion does not require a second. All those in favor of adopting the report of the Temporary Rules Committee say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. The report of the Temporary Rules Committee has been adopted. I would like to thank the committee for their work in preparing the report. Thank you, Tiffany. The Permanent Organization Committee recommends the permanent officers who will be voted on and preside over the remainder of the convention. The committee will only recommend individuals who are delegates currently in attendance at the convention. Edna Sullivan, the chair of the Permanent Organization Committee, will now give the committee report.
Good morning. Madam Chair, by direction of the Permanent Organization Committee, I move the election of Sharon Henson as Permanent Convention Chair.
The name of Sharon Henson has been recommended by the Permanent Organization Committee for the position of Permanent Convention Chair. Are there any other nominations for Permanent Convention Chair? The chair declares that nominations for permanent convention chair are now closed. All those in favor of Sharon Henson for permanent convention chair say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Sharon Henson has been elected permanent convention chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, by direction of the Permanent Organization Committee, I move the election of Alma McClintock as permanent convention secretary.
The name of Alma McClintock has been recommended by the Permanent Organization Committee for the position of permanent convention secretary. Are there any other nominations for permanent convention secretary? Are there any other nominations for permanent convention secretary? Any other nominations for permanent convention secretary? The chair declares that nominations for permanent convention secretary are now closed. All those in favor of Alma McClintock as permanent convention secretary say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Alma McClintock has been elected permanent convention secretary.
Madam Chair, by direction of the Permanent Organization Committee, I move the election of Tony Norton as the permanent convention sergeant at arms.
The name of Tony Norton has been recommended by the Permanent Organization Committee for the position of permanent convention sergeant at arms. Are there any other nominations for permanent convention sergeant at arms? Are there any other nominations for permanent convention sergeant at arms? Are there any other nominations for permanent convention sergeant at arms? The chair declares that nominations for permanent convention sergeant at arms are now closed. All those in favor of Tony Norton as permanent convention sergeant at arms say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Tony Norton has been elected permanent convention sergeant at arms. I would like to thank the committee for their work during this report. As permanent convention chair, I name David Peake to serve as the permanent nominations committee chair, Richard Henson to serve as the permanent resolutions committee chair. The members of these committees are as follows. Permanent nomination committee members: David Peake, Bobby Gallant, Tiffany Miller, Mitch Unby, Beth McCracken. Permanent resolutions committee members: Richard Henson, Jim Pruitt, Robert Steinhagen, Jennifer Jeffers, Julie and Kelly Elander, and Marie Howard. I also appoint Mark Russo as permanent convention parliamentarian. Okay, if you are submitting, so we got the handy stuff there. If you are submitting resolution, you will have 30 minutes to submit it to the permanent convention secretary, who will then refer them to the resolutions committee for consideration. So we're going to break now for precinct caucus. We'll break into your individual precinct caucuses, 3A, 3B, 1B, 1A, etc. And you'll be able to discuss your nominations for state delegates. And if you have any other resolutions that you want to add that you didn't already submit. It is now. That's right. David Peake's next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is David Peake. I'm the Permanent Nominations Committee Chair. I'm going to give you a few instructions before we break into precinct caucuses, because you're going to be submitting your list of delegates and alternates to the state convention. First off, I'd like to thank my committee, which is myself, Tiffany Miller, Beth McCracken, Bobby Gallant, and Mitch Unby. Here's your top 10. Listen, this is number 9. Listen carefully. Lots of info. I'll answer most of the questions regarding your delegate and alternate selections to the state convention. Take some notes if you want. Feel free to come back to the nominations committee at any point if you have questions. We're back in the back left corner. Number 8, total of 55 delegates and 55 alternates, as the Rules Committee Chair mentioned, from Rockwall County to the state convention. The state convention is June 16th to 18th in Houston. Based on how strong each county turned out for the Republican gubernatorial nominee in the 2018 general election, that's how it is determined how many delegates Rockwall County gets. A brief history. After the 2006 election, our county had 36 delegates to the state. After 2010, we had 44. After 2014, we had 51. And after the 2018, we are now allocated 55. So you can see the growth of the county and our voting strength. Number 7, a delegate will have voting privileges at the state convention. An alternate, this is critical, an alternate is eligible to attend all convention activities, but will not vote unless they are seated for an absent delegate. It is not a bad thing at all to be an alternate, especially if this would be your first state convention. Don't think that it is something less if you are selected as an alternate. 45 of the 55 delegates and alternates will be selected at the precinct level, and 10 delegates and 10 alternates will be considered at large and recommended by the nominations committee. The nomination committee will work this based on submittals from the precincts, with the 45 set aside for all of the precincts, plus the 10 that the nominations committee retains. That's 55 delegates and 55 alternates total to the state convention. Later, after the nominations committee completes our work, we will come back and present the entire slate of delegates and alternates to the convention for approval. When we recess here in a few minutes, each precinct will receive a sheet back at the nominations committee table to use that sheet to select the number of delegates and alternates from your precinct. That sheet that you receive is just a starting point. It's just a starting point to start the process. Each precinct will caucus and decide amongst its members who will fill your precinct designated district, delegate and alternate slots. In the past, we have not filled all of our slots, so don't get too wrapped around the handle if you got 2 slots for delegates and 2 for alternates in your precinct, and there's more that want to go. On the bottom of your precinct sheet, there's a list for recommendations for at-large recommendations. I recommend not filling out your sheet as soon as you get it. I recommend doing a rough draft verbally or amongst yourselves or on some scratch paper. Because once you fill out that precinct list, it needs to be legible. You need to be able to see what you've got. When you're completed, when you finished your work as a precinct caucus, return that sheet to the nominations committee. If you don't fill up every slot, that's fine. And don't try and trade between different precincts. Just leave it blank, and the nominations committee will take care of it. If you have more folks interested in your precinct than the number of slots, that's fine. Just write their names on the bottom of the sheet, and you'll see what I mean when you get it. If you are unsure if you can attend the state convention, it might be best to list yourself as an alternate, or at the bottom of your sheet as an at-large nominee. The total cost per person for the state convention in Houston is probably going to be about $1,500. That's your hotel, that's travel, that's food, that's incidentals. So please only put your name down as a delegate if you're serious about attending the state convention in Houston. Again, those dates are June 16th to 18th. Feel free to come back to the nominations committee at any time with any questions. In a second, when we recess, Mr. Mitch Ombie is in the back, and he'll have the precinct sheet broken down by precincts. One person from each precinct, please come back and grab that. Once we complete our work, I'll come back here in an hour or so. I'll present the entire slate of delegates and alternates to the convention to be voted on up or down. Madam Chair, that concludes my recommendations and instructions for the precinct caucuses.
All right, very good. So we're going to caucus. A little bit of instruction. There may be some of you who are in a precinct and you're the only person here. You are the person in charge of your precinct. So you can go back to the nominations table back there and get the sheet for your precinct and write names on there of persons who you know are eligible to be delegates who have already gone through the process at the precinct level. You have to be here today in order to go on to, or have turned in your name as to be considered for state delegate. So it is now 9:53. So we will reconvene at 10:23. Thank you.
Okay, I'll let that.
Please return to your seats within your caucus, within the commissioner's precincts, with your chairs turned and facing back to the stage. The convention is reconvened at this time. We are going to wait for the nominations committee to continue their work. In the meantime, we do have some candidates who are here to speak today. So I will go ahead and ask Russ Bafford, who is candidate for SREC man, to come forward. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Russ Bafford. I'm a fairly new person to Rockwall County, but we love it here. We moved here from the Denton area. And I'm going to be running for the State Republican Executive Committee man position, which, if you're a delegate, you'll vote on that position at the convention. My elevator speech, thought about this a lot, starts out something like this. God is real, the Bible is true, our party believes it, and so should you. And at the starting point, that explains where I'm coming from. I was born in the land of Lincoln. I didn't have any say in where I was born. I watched that state go down the tubes. I'm nothing like Adam Kinzinger, who's on the January 6th committee. And I went to school at the University of Missouri Rockwall, got a degree in mining engineering, mine bauxite, mine coal. I got a degree in civil engineering from the University of Illinois. Mine bauxite in Arkansas, and certainly in South America, and mine coal in Illinois. After a career in mining, moved to the power generation industry, where we burn coal and made electricity. Everything in my life I've done with left hand. In addition to that, I'm kind of a gun guy. I'm NRA, a certified training counselor. I used to shoot high power and service rifle competition in Perry when my eyes were better. That brings 200, 600 yards with iron sight. And so they changed the rules after I quit that to allow you to use the scope. Anyway, I'm a Texas master gardener, and you'll be hearing more from me, I hope. Get your vote for the SREC position sent to convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Next, we have County Commissioner Janet Nickel, who is a candidate also.
Well, I am Janet Nickel. I am Rockwall County Commissioner for Precinct 4. And the previous mayor, or the former mayor of Roy City. I'll tell you a little bit about myself because I see some places that I don't know. But I'm born and raised in Roy City. I've always lived in Rockwall County, and I've always lived in Precinct 4. I've served on the city council for 21 years, 6 of those years as mayor of the city. Very proud to be a part of everything that's been going on. You all know that we're one of the precinct 4 is one of the fastest growing precincts in Rockwall County right now. So we've had a lot of growth and a lot of things going on. I was appointed to this position at the loss of David Magnus. David was an absolute giant of a man in my eyes. I worked with him very closely. He was a friend. I actually graduated from high school with his wife. So a long time friend of mine, and I was honored to be able to step into his seat. I absolutely love serving Rockwall County. I love serving my precinct. I think with my experience, I have the experience to step into this position and jump right in and continue to work. I've always said this is not about me, it's about we. Anybody that stands in front of you and says, I'm gonna, I am not gonna do anything other than we work together. It's not about me, it's about we. I serve with a awesome court. I have found out, and I think I said this before I took this position, I've got to have people. I knew in Roy City I had people. And one of my questions was, I've got to have those same people, because you don't do it alone. And you've got to have resources. And one very important thing about being an elected official is resources and relationships. The relationships that I have with the school district, with my city in Roy City, my city in Faith, local city, those relationships are very important. The relationships that we have with our county, our state are very important. We need people that we can call on. So those relationships to me are very important. So it's about we, and that we make things happen. It's not about me. I love what I do. I would like to continue to do this. I am going to run off. I would love to have your support. I don't see a lot of precinct board here this morning, but I need the support and I need the voices, and to continue on with what I enjoy doing. If for some reason it doesn't turn my way, I will not stop supporting Rockwall County. I will not stop supporting our cities. I will still be very active. I'm on several boards for the county and for the cities. I do serve on the sorting board, and if you don't know what that is, it's a group of mayors, council members, county judge. We all meet together and we talk about transportation for the future of this county. We have recently passed a bond, and thank everybody that voted on that bond. And we are starting the steps to get that started. Things like this don't happen overnight. We wanted it to happen yesterday, but it takes time to do these things, so that progress has started. We have dates now, so that things are rolling down, and I'm so excited about my precinct. We've got two major roads that need to be enlarged because of our growth. So those two projects are on that bond, along with others. I also serve on the Emergency Service Corporation Board. It is also a board of mayors, councils, county judge, med rescue. We all meet together and talk about our ambulance service and talk about our emergency management here in the county. So I've been on those two boards for 13 years. I serve on the Children's Advocacy Center Board. I serve on the Star Transportation Board for the county, Roy City Main Street, Roy City Parks. So I'm very involved in knowing what's going on within the county and within our city. With our city. So I thought we didn't have time to move this. So anyway, as I said, I'll ask for your support and your voice, and thank you so much.
And then County Judge David Sweet, are you ready to? All right, come on up. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. First and foremost, I want to thank you. Thank you for coming out today and being part of this very, very important process. This is exactly what the Republican, the grassroots Republican is all about. This is where it starts. So thank you for coming out. And then secondly, I want to thank you for allowing me the honor to serve as the county judge here in Rockwall County for the last 2 terms. I'm proud to be the candidate in this race that has a proven, fiscally conservative track record with a proven history of commitment towards our public safety, our court system, emergency management, overall quality of life. I'm proud of being the candidate in this race with an established commitment, a history of commitment of working with our commissioners' court and improving improving our transportation efforts, quite simply roads through a partnership with TxDOT, Regional Transportation Council, as Commissioner Nickel mentioned a moment ago, in this fast growing county. Prior to something, as I look across the room here, I don't want to take for granted that everybody is, well, I'm not sure, I really know almost everybody in this room. Just in case I don't, I'll tell you a little bit more about me. Prior to serving as a county judge, I served 2 terms as the mayor of the city of Rockwall. After serving 2 terms on the city council in the city of Rockwall. During that time, prior to serving as a county judge, I spent 20 years in the private sector, 15 years with Coca-Cola. I spent the last 5 years with Bimbo Bakeries. I'm the proud father of 2 sons. I've got a 19-year-old Austin, graduated from Rockwall High School a couple of years ago. Still trying to figure out what his next step is going to be. And then I've got a 15-year-old sophomore, Brody, also at Rockwall High School. We heard earlier from Stan Britton that talked about broadcasting sports events for Rockwall ISD. I'm the other part of that. So if you've ever heard, listen or watch Yellow Jackets football, you're watching Yellow Jackets football on ISD. Also currently serving as the president of the board of directors for the North Central Texas Council of Governments. My family is heavily invested here in the community. My sister, brother-in-law, from TNT Color Supply in downtown Rockwall, my niece, and her husband own the pharmacy and general store in downtown Rockwall. Usually when I mention that, that's when most people are quite familiar with. I think everybody shopped in there. Guys, the most important thing, and I want to recognize right now as we shift here, so I'm proud to be the candidate in this race. Well, with a reminder first and foremost of what we're trying to do here. We're selecting who's going to be the Republican nominee for county judge in this trial. The Republican nominee for county judge. You're the folks that I'm depending on to help me get over the hump. You're the folks I'm coming to. This is my 6th county convention. Looking forward to being able to serve as a delegate to the 6th state convention locally. I'm a founding member of the Rockwall County Young Republicans. I served as the vice president and president of that fine organization. Also served on the state level as the chaplain when our district attorney, Kenny Culpepper, was the state chairman. I have a history of service. Served as secretary, vice president, president, and of course, like everybody else, what's the greatest title in the world? Past president of the Rockwall County Republican Men's Club. So I'm not new to being a Republican. I'm not new to being a conservative. I've proven track record of doing that. And again, in closing, we are headed to a runoff, so I'd love to have your support. It has been a tremendous honor serving as your county judge. I would love to continue serving that role because as you know, Rockwall County is an amazing, special place to live, work, and play. Continue to be one of the fastest growing counties not only in Texas, and in the United States. The challenges come with that. I think experience is extremely important, and I would be honored to have your vote in this runoff. If I can answer your questions, I'd be more than willing to meet with you. Thank you.
I got notice the nominations committee is still at work, and so we will proceed to the resolutions committee. Resolutions committee recommends resolutions for consideration by the convention. The permanent resolutions committee chair will now present the committee's report. Richard Henson.
So, Madam Chair, by recommendation of the committee, I move that we present all of the resolutions which were submitted by the Rockwall County precincts to be considered by the delegates at this convention.
The motion is to present all resolutions submitted by precincts to be considered by delegates of this convention. Is there a second?
I second.
John White seconds. It has been moved and seconded to present the resolutions for consideration by the delegates of this convention. All those in favor of the presentation of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Was there no? There was a no? No. Make sure. The ayes have it, the motion is adopted. The Resolutions Committee Chair will continue with the committee's report.
Okay, welcome to the Rockwall County Republican Convention. I do see a lot of friendly faces out there. Thank y'all for coming. My name is Richard Henson, and I am honored to be the chairman of this year's Resolutions Committee. It's days like today that makes me proud to be a Republican. So this is the time of the convention where you guys get to be involved in the process. So are there any other proud Republicans out there? Let me hear it. So this is the portion of the convention that where we conduct the business of building our party platform. During this time of the convention, we're presenting the Rockwall County resolutions, which build our platform. You might say the resolutions actually defines who we are as a party. This is the grassroots that builds our party platform. One thing I can say is you guys have been busy. Y'all have been busy. Over 425 resolutions submitted from your precincts. Give yourself a hand for that. It is by far a county record, 4 times more than when we were here 2 years ago. So your resolutions were received by our Outstanding Resolutions Committee, whom I'm going to introduce to you here shortly. But first I want you to know that this committee has been working really hard. This committee has sorted your resolutions into several categories. This would be categories like constitutional issues, national defense and border security, elections and integrity, criminal justice, education, just to name a few. After receiving your 425 resolutions, we discovered you guys were very, very like-minded. What I mean by that is many of you submitted identical or almost identical resolutions over and over and over again. So due to the duplicates in the resolutions, we were able to parse the 425 that you submitted down to 149. That's how like-minded you are. That's 149 resolutions. Still, every resolution is represented in this, and then your precinct individually will be credited, even if we combine them into one. For example, if we had 5 and we have 1, then all 5 of you get credit for submitting it. So, you guys ready to proceed? All right, let's go. How many of you believe that the Constitution of the United States was written to protect our God-given rights? Yep. How many of you believe that government should follow the Constitution and not trample on it? Yeah. I know that's true. I know that's true. Because you guys submitted 8 resolutions pertaining to holding our government accountable. Things like protecting our First Amendment religious liberty rights. Things like our Second Amendment to keep and bear arms. You've written resolutions for term limits. Can I hear an amen on term limits for government? No. You have submitted 36 resolutions, 36 against the atrocities of abortion. You've submitted 16 resolutions against the perversion of child gender modification, 21 against government-mandated COVID-19 vaccinations. Oh yeah. You'll get a chance to voice your opinions here today. Rockwall County, you make this place the greatest place to live in Texas. I'm proud to be from Rockwall County. So at this time, I want to introduce our resolutions committee. You can see them lined up over here behind the computers. When I call your name, I want you to stand up or wave. So these folks can show some appreciation for who you are. The first person I would like to introduce is our vice chair. Some of you might know him as Bunker Bob, Robert Steinhagen. Robert is the most passionate resolutions person you will ever meet. Man, he was made for this stuff. It's been a real pleasure serving with Robert on this committee. You'll be hearing from Robert more today from this podium as well as from the floor discussing some of the resolutions that were presented. Jennifer Jeffers, who will be here in a little while, she's also serving as our secretary. Seriously, the fastest, smartest typist on the planet. And if you guys have kids in Rockwall IC, you are extra blessed because she is a teacher in Rockwall Independent School District. I'd like to also introduce to you Jim Pruitt, our former mayor. Jim brings a whole new level of wisdom to our team. We were reading through some resolutions the other day, and I was still in the first paragraph of page 1. I looked over, Jim was already on page 4. So thank you, Jim, for serving. So you'll also be hearing from Jim today from this podium and from the floor as we debate some of the resolutions. I'd like to introduce you to Julie Helander and her husband Kelly, who's over here. We discovered in our precinct convention that Julie was a professional editor for a living, and Lord knows she needs some editing from some of those resolutions you guys turned in. Is that really? And I'd also like to introduce you to Bree Howard. She brings to our committee a lot of experience serving on the resolutions committee in other counties in next state. So please let everyone do a big round of applause for everybody on the committee. So I do want to take a few minutes just to set some guidelines for today. We are going to use Robert's Rules of Order. Our very own judge, Mark Russo, is our parliamentarian. So don't mess up, you might dump you on him. So, just the highlights. We have already organized and printed all of the resolutions. You have them available for review when you came in. I hope the font size is not too small, but it's already 70 pages and printing is expensive. So you have those, and I saw a lot of you already taking notes on those. Thank you for using them. So, when prompted, you'll have the opportunity to make a motion and participate in discussion. So each time I want you to state your name if you want to make a motion, so that helps the secretary log the information on who made motions and who seconded, right? Also, if you want a discussion, please state your name. Two persons, as our rules chairman Tiffany said earlier, 2 persons will be allowed to speak for, and 2 persons will be allowed to speak against a resolution, and you'll have 1 minute. If we do need additional people to speak, somebody can make a motion for an extra person. We'll vote on that. So should you want to participate in the discussion, we'll form 2 lines. Is this it over here? We'll form 2 lines. If you are for, it'll be for on your right. We're doing right versus left. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bob. If you are against, you line up over here on this side. If you want to speak for supporting a resolution or opposed to a resolution. We ask you to introduce yourself, say what you want to say, and limit your time. Don't get hung up on little things, please. We believe we've already edited and corrected obvious errors. We've even seen one since we've been here, and we'll have that corrected in this process. The vote will be simple, yays and nays. So if you are in favor, we'll call for the vote, and you just say yay or nay. All right, and then we'll ask the nay, and then you'll say nay. Votes will be tallied by our great GOP secretary, Alden McClintock. Please remember, always, always be respectful and courteous. You are allowed to submit resolutions from the floor. If you have some that you want to submit, just go right over to, actually, you come to her first, but she's going to send you right over there. We're set up to receive your resolution. We'll get it typed up and we'll get it formatted. We'll electronically send it up here. Probably be tacked on to the end, be one of the last ones. But more than likely, if you have one from the floor, out of 425, probably already have it, just haven't seen it yet. It's probably not on the list. So if you're going to submit one from the floor, please look through the handout we gave you when you walk in. Also, we've got search tools. We can probably, if you can't see it in there, we can probably search an Excel column quicker and find the subject matter. We can say, hey, we've already got that. If not, then we'll add it. what else on this? We are the Republican Party. It's important to know that not everyone gets their way pursuant to these resolutions. So it's very important through this process that we stay unified, right? Because we are the Republican Party. We are the good guys. We're on the same team, amen? So upon entering this morning, again, you received all the resolutions in a handout. I want to talk about time. At our 2020 resolutions portion, at our 2020 convention, we had 80 resolutions. At 5 o'clock, they were pushing us out the door because our time had run out of the space. And we were still trying to pass resolutions. So we've got a little bit of a time problem because we're going to present to you 149, which is almost double of what we had on the 80 from last year. So you guys understand the time restraint, right? So at this time, the Resolutions Committee recognizes Robert Steinhagen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr.
I promise we tested it.
1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay. Mr. Chair, I move to place item resolutions 1 through 44 on a consent agenda.
Do I have a second for that? Plenty of seconds. So the chair recognizes Robert Steinhagen for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, there's a lot of resolutions here. Resolutions 1 through 44 are resolutions that this body passed 2 years ago and ended up on the state party platform in the wording that you see before you. Therefore, placing it on a consent agenda does not mean that you can't debate or discuss any one of the items if that's important to you. So, all you have to do, if you want something taken off of the consent agenda, simply say, I object to item number 5, for instance, and that will be taken off consent agenda, placed on the table, and we will reconsider it in a separate and individual motion so that it can be debated. That's what a consent agenda is intended to do.
Do I have any more discussion? Anybody else? We did. Brooke Fuller recognizes Jim Brooke in favor of.
All right. So as to the way we did these is we went through all of these, and some of these resolutions had at least 5 to 10 authors on a bunch of them, okay? The same people submitted the same ones. I do want to say there is a problem with one of these that was brought up by one of our delegates, Sandra Olney, this morning. Thank you for catching that. If you will look at number 5 is not the state party blank, okay? So I'm going to take number 5 off of the consent agenda. I'm going to object to number 5 because number 8 is the state party platform that has that one in it. So we're going to take 5 off and object to that. So you see how this is done. If you don't want some of those state platforms that we have in 1 through 45, if you will come up here and say, I object, tell us what that number is, we'll pull that off and then we'll take those separately, okay?
Chairman recognizes Donna Roller.
Thank you. I would like to remove number 31, ban taxpayer funded lobbying, and I'll explain later. Okay. Yes.
We first need to approve the consent agenda, then you can object to any item that's on the state agenda, on the consent agenda. So I move that I call a question on the motion.
I'll say that.
Please. So right now the motion has been made and seconded and we're in discussion.
Okay. You want me to explain why I object to that, or just say where I object to consent, adding it to the consent agenda? I oppose to adding that to the consent agenda.
Okay. Point of order, go ahead.
We first need to approve the consent agenda. Once the consent agenda is approved, then you object to items being on the consent agenda. So I think we should vote on the consent agenda first, and then stand and object to any one of those. And you don't have to explain why.
Okay. Any more discussion before we vote? So we're going to remove those substitutes. We're going to make a motion to remove those. All right, parliamentarian is. Okay, got it. All right. So the motion is to approve the consent agenda. Then having a consent agenda, then we can debate whether all of the items stay on it or not. All right. So have a consent agenda. Thank you for clarifying. So we're going to vote at this time. Everybody, all in favor of having a consent agenda, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. So now the floor recognizes Jim.
So, because you all have these in a written form here, I would like to dispense with the reading of each and every one of those individually. So I would entertain a motion, I would make a motion that we not read all of these consent agenda items.
So the motion on the floor is that we not read each individual item aloud for the sake of time. All of these are on. Second, we have a second, PJ. Any discussion on not reading them all? If there's none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? And there are none. The motion passes. So the floor recognizes Tim Pruitt.
Now, I would like for everyone to come forward. If you have an objection, if you just come up, say who you are, what precinct you're with, and what number you want to consider individually. Correct?
Your Honor, Precinct 3C, I would like to consider separately item 31, Dan Taxpayer 31.
Anybody else?
Robert Dorsey, Precinct 2A. I object to item number 25.
Think about precinct 3D also 25.
Hold on, not ready. Hold on, we're just trying to catch up with you. All those ready? Hold on. Okay, floor recognized, thank you. Question.
Thank you, AJ Westler, 3D.
25.
Anybody else?
West Johnson, 3D.
Oh, Wes Johnson, you're recognized.
3D, I object to number 6 and number 26.
6 and 26.
Let me make sure I got that. 25.
You said 6 and 26, right, Wes?
That's it. And I got it wrong. It's 6 and 63.
63 is not on this. Yeah, we go to 44 on this. These are only the ones that are on the current state platform. No, change is not 26. Okay, floor recognizes Dalton Tassie.
Dalton Tassie, 2C, I object to number 9.
Okay, anyone else?
I don't know if this is appropriate. My name is Judy Dixon from Precinct 2, but I like the better than I like 8, so the guy take 8 off. I like to substitute maybe we can amend it to put elected federal and state offices. So does this need to be just say removed?
We're going to consider 5 individuals.
Okay. But should we eliminate 8 vote by doing that? Or amend it? We can't do that.
Well, 8 and 5 and 8.
You want discussion on it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Objecting to it.
Got it.
Hi, my name is Christine Kirby, Precinct 3. I object to 29 and 41.
What's your name?
Christine Kirby,
Christine Kirby. And you're
Precinct 3.
recognized and you're objecting to
29 and 41. Thank you.
Les Chapman, Precinct 1.
What's your name again?
Les Chapman, Precinct 1.
Chapman, Precinct 1. Yes, you're right.
We need to discuss 4, 12, 27, 42. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Please read the numbers again.
Yep.
4,
4, 12, 27, 42.
Okay.
All right, so these are the numbers that we're going to consider individually, okay? This is just on that first 5, okay? Number 4, number 5, number 6, number 8, number 9, number 12, number 25, number 27, number 29, 31, 41, and 42. Anybody else have anything else? All right, then I would make a motion that we adopt the consent agenda. There's no items taken out.
Jim Pruitt makes a motion that we adopt the consent agenda with the ones identified here that are taken out to proceed. I got a second from David. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The consent agenda passes. Thank y'all. You just saved us about an hour of time. Thank y'all very much. All right. So we're going to move now into the ones that we had an objection for the consent agenda, and we'll read those individuals. Okay. This is resolution number 4. It reads, "We oppose any measure that would deprive someone of their right to possess firearms without being convicted of a crime or found mentally competent by the medical psychiatric professional, or that would cause gun owners to be investigated by law enforcement or appear before a judge when there is no reasonable cause of a crime committed. This includes state legislation such as red flag laws, social media monitoring targets, gun owners, expanded background checks, mandated on personal firearm storage, government mandated location restrictions such as K-12 schools and 51% establishment, federal laws such as PTSD related restrictions and the National Firearms Act. Do I have a motion to accept this? Motion? And a second? I got a second. Do you have a? Okay. So, had a request from a parliamentarian, when we have a motion and a second, to go ahead and approach the microphone and introduce yourself so that we can track who's making the motions and we can track who's seconding it. Thank you. I know it's a lot faster just to say motion, and I'd like to do that too, but it's very important that we record it accurately. So now that we've had a motion and a second, do we have discussion? Okay, you're recognized. State your name.
Les Chapman, Precinct 1.
Les Chapman, you're recognized, Precinct 1.
Yes, sir, support the amendment, but I ask that we strike the following words. That would cause gun owners to be investigated by law enforcement. With the recent move by the Department of Justice to place parents who speak out at boards as domestic terrorists, that would place them in investigation status, or to place them on the no-fly list. That would require Homeland Security to investigate them. So I request those words be stricken. I move that those words be stricken.
Okay. We're trying to look at the screen behind you and see help us see how close we are there. Perfect. That's it. Just the one. Just what she's got scratched right now. That's it. The floor recognizes Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robert Steinhagen, Precinct 3B. As the author of this resolution, I agree with the amendment and consider it a friendly amendment. I'll second it. Is that what you're looking for? Second.
So we have a motion to amend it and a second. So we're going to take a vote on the amendment only, and we'll come back and take a vote on the resolution. So if you're in favor of the amendment to this resolution, say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, then there are none, the ayes have it. So now we're going to present the resolution to you. Now we're going to propose the same resolution to you as amended. So there was a motion already made and seconded, and then we amended it. So we can move right to a vote on this. So all in favor of this resolution as amended, say aye. Aye. All opposed? And there are none. The motion passes. Okay. Thank you. All right. We're working through this. Now we're going to pick up resolution number 5. This reads, we support term limits of 12 years for elected federal and state officials. Offices, excuse me. We support term limits of 12 years for elected federal and state offices. Do I have a motion to accept? We have a motion to accept, Jim? Do I have a second? Second. I have a second from Adrian Balkin. Yeah, again, I know it's going to slow us down, but to get the names, we're going to have to get you to introduce yourself. So do we have discussion? Yes, we'll just need their name and discussion on this resolution? Anybody? You do? Yeah, Jeff, for
All right, again, this is the one that we missed as far as the committee goes, that goes with number 8. So at this time, I'm going to make a motion that we consider 8, since it has to do with the very same thing, that we consider those together and have the debate on those, because the only word that's different in them has to do with the word elected. And so I'll make a motion. I know you have a motion on the floor, we're having a discussion on that, but I'd like to amend this to put in the word elected. The number 5, let me put it this way, that we take out the word elected, which will make it just like the state party plank is now. And then we'll have a discussion on that. So can I get us?
So we have a motion to edit the number 5 to mirror number 8. Do I have a second? Got a second, Adrian Baucom. Any discussion on the amendment? Recognize Judy Dixon for discussion.
Not very many comments, but I just feel like elected and being included is more clear. It makes it very clear who we're talking about. The other is more ambiguous, so I just prefer that we have the word elected in there.
So any more discussion on the amendment? State your name,
Erica Hatfield.
So without the word elected, that also includes, I would hope, bureaucracies.
Anybody else want to, do we have more discussion on the amendment to the resolution? State your name.
My name is Bob Chambers.
Bob Chambers.
We
recognize Bob Chambers.
I just want to echo the last comment. I'm not sure, it's not clear to me what this resolution is trying to do. Is it trying to make elected offices or all state and federal offices? I think that needs to be clarified before we move forward with approval.
Any more discussion on the amendment to the resolution? So we're going to take a vote to the amendment, not on the resolution. We're voting on the amendment, which was to have number 5 mirror number 8. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. All opposed? We're going to have to take a hand vote to count. If you're an aye on the amendment, raise your hand. We're going to take it to the council. So, out of order, but I will explain it. All we're voting on is the amendment to remove the word elected from number 5 to make it mirror number 8. That's all we're voting on here. So if you're in favor of removing the word elected, raise your hand so we can count. All right, we have 23 ayes. So now if you are opposed, raise to the edit. Raise your hand. So 23, the edit to remove the word elected passes. So now we're going to present the resolution to you.
What was the count?
23-19. 23 ayes, 19 nays. So the edit passes. So we're going to present this to you with the word elected removed, which also mirrors number 8. I'd like to have a motion that we do both of these at the same time. Then we do number 8. to consider 5 and 8 at the same time, because how they mirror each other. They're the same. Okay, so at this time, I'm looking for a motion to present 5 and 8. Got one? Got a second? Jim? Oh, then, sorry, I get a motion to combine it. I'm sorry. Philip, second. Thank you for clarifying. So any discussion on the motion made to present number 5 and number 8 at the same time? Any discussion? AJ, here. Come on.
Ray, Precinct 4. I'd just like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we add the words to exclude the Supreme Court in.
Point of order. That's not germane to the motion.
Is it not a federal office?
No, the question is to consider 5 and 8.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay. Any more discussion on merging 5 and 8? John White, come on up.
We, the people, that is the individual voters, only have authority over those people that we elect. We have no authority over the hirelings. The people we elect have authority over the hirelings. So what happens is the U.S. Congress sets the issues, the standards for personnel and all that sort of stuff for all the federal employees, and the Texas State Legislature sets the standards for state employees. We have no authority as voters over non-elected people.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Where are we in the process right now?
Hold on, AJ, be recognized, please.
AJ Wessler, Precinct 3D. Are we debating consideration of 5 and 8 together, or are we debating the merits of the substance of 5 and 8?
We're debating, presenting 5 and 8 at the same time together.
So do we need to vote on that and then we continue discussion on what we're considering? Okay.
Any more discussion on merging 5 and 8 and presenting them together? There is none, so we have a vote. All in favor of merging resolution number 5 and number 8, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. So now we're going to let's go ahead and we'll present number 8, the new resolution number 8, because it still has, actually, did we? Like I say, we wanted to remove the word "like." So now we're going to. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and proceed with, we're going to call it number 5 now because we merged them, but it does have the word elected removed. So the new resolution reads, we support term limits of 12 years for federal and state offices. Do I have a motion to accept that resolution? Thank you. Do I have a second? State your name. Erica, half 1 second. Any discussion? Is this discussion in favor of or against?
This is a motion.
Okay. You're recognized, AJ. Discussion.
Hi, AJ Wessler, Precinct 3D. I move to amend to include the words elected and appointed.
We already removed the word elected.
Correct.
So say it again.
Elected and appointed.
You want to add second to the edit. Discussion on adding the words elected and appointed. You recognize that?
Thank you. So, I feel like we need to add these words in here to take out the ambiguity. There's conversations around people that are hired in statewide offices, federal offices, that include hired people in the bureaucracy. I don't think that's the intent of what we're trying to do here. I think the intent here is that we're talking about elected officials and politically appointed officials. I wanted to clearly state that in here. Just again, when it gets to wherever it needs to go to, it passes the bill, that we're telling everybody this is what we want to do. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Oh, wait, so we have a motion to amend it, I'm sorry, in a second. So now we're in discussion. Any more discussion on the amendment to add elected and appointed? We're discussing the amendment to add elected and appointed. So hold on. We're getting ready to go to a vote. If you don't have discussion, you can't make another motion. Go ahead, Greg, you're recognized.
Great Precinct 4, I'd like to add to this amendment that we say to exclude the Supreme Court justices. That's all.
At the very end, after put a comment in excluding
confirmed Supreme Court justice. Or Supreme Court justice. U.S. Supreme Court justice. Yeah, U.S.
Right, we're going to have to vote on both of these. So, AJ, would you accept his amendment to your amendment as a friendly amendment? Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to vote. If there's no, is there more discussion first? We're going to move to have a vote on, oh, go ahead, Tim Carlson.
Hi, Tim Carlson, Precinct 1B. I'd like to point out that at the county level, the district judges are considered state level employees, as well as the county district attorneys are considered state level employees. So I would like to exclude them from the term limitations. Alright, yeah, so you're saying, U.S. Supreme Court justice, not state.
Oh, you have a proposal, are you proposing an amendment?
Well,
so you would need to make another motion to amend it again, a third amendment. So if we vote on this one, it passes. No, we're going to vote on this, and then we've got to vote on AJ's amendment. No.
Okay.
Okay, so you're not making a motion then? All right, any more discussion? We're going to vote on AJ's amendment to the first amendment to reinsert elected and the new word and appointed to the resolution. So we support term limits of 12 years for elected and appointed federal and state offices. That's the first amendment. So we're going to vote on that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed to his amendment, say nay. The ayes have it, so we're going to put it. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, we're going to add elected. Thank y'all for keeping this straight. Now we're going to vote on the second amendment, which reads, you can see it on the screen, excluding U.S. Supreme Court justices. We've already had discussion on that. So still need discussion? All right, so if you guys want to discuss, anybody wants to discuss the second amendment to this resolution, please step forward. Are you for or against? State your name.
Dan Castillo, 3B. the people, we as voters, don't have anything that we can do with the Supreme Court. It's handled directly by the Congress and Senate, so that is mute in my opinion.
Any more discussion to the amendment to resolution number 5? If there are none, we're going to move to a vote just on this amendment. So we're voting on excluding U.S. Supreme Court justices from this resolution. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. We'll have to take a hand vote. If you're in favor, raise your hand. If you're an aye, raise your hand. If you're in favor of this amendment, we're only voting on the amendment. Okay. Now, if you are opposed to the amendment, raise your hand so we can count you. Man, you A's must have been really loud, because that was a 5 to 25 vote that we called for. 26. So, those opposed have it, so we're going to scratch that from it. Now we're back to the resolution as presented. The resolution now reads, we support term limits of 12 years for elected federal and state offices. Thank y'all. Elected and appointed takes a village, state officials. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution as read? Do I have a second?
Yeah, do we have discussion?
After we have a motion and a second. Point of order. We haven't had a second yet.
No, point of order. Aren't we already in discussion on the motion now that the amendment failed? No?
No, we're actually
We're back to presenting the resolution as amended and not amended.
Correct.
Did I get a second?
So Pat, you had a...
I second. Eric had to.
Okay. Discussion. Tim Carlson, turn. Are you for or against?
I'm against the way this is phrased. I would like to change the word state to be statewide offices. That would address the concern about some of the local counties, small resources, or qualified individuals.
So make a motion with the words you want to use to amend it.
I'd like to amend it to say, we support term limits of 12 years for elected and appointed federal and statewide offices. So like a state-wide. So that would be like your controller, that would be like the railroad commissioner, etc. Governor, all that. Your legislature for Texas. But that would exclude then the local county level district attorneys and also the district judges, who in a lot of places, they just don't have a pool of candidates who are able to fulfill those roles. And why get rid of them if they're doing a good job at that? Yeah, so look.
Maybe have it on the screen now, how you want it amended?
I think that's fine.
I'll second that.
It needs a hyphen between state and line, right?
No.
Yeah.
Stop order. I've got a second on AJ.
Our editor says no, there's no hyphen.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Please be recognized. All right, so any more discussion? So now we're going to propose number 5, term limits as amended. Again, we support term limits of 12 years for elected and statewide offices.
Get up there.
That's on the screen. So what
All
are
right.
we voting on?
Discussion on that?
You're voting on the amendment.
So
We already have to.
we have a motion and a second, right? We have discussion. Are you in favor or against, Jim?
I'm against.
Okay. You're against the amendment.
I'm against the amendment, the wording of it. Am I recognized?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Right.
Tim, I just wanted to say, where you're talking about statewide offices, if we use that word statewide, from a legal perspective, then it's not, like our state representative, our state senator, and all of that wouldn't fall under that, because they're not elected statewide. So if that's what you're trying to do, what we're taking out of that,
I'm just trying to.
I know exactly what you're doing, and I agree with you on that, but I don't want us to take out the representative and the senator out of the term limit.
Say
So-
how you would state it.
I'm sorry?
What words?
Well, that's what I'm having trouble without, as a lawyer, it would probably be 4 or 5 more sentences in there to make it specific, okay? But that's just the way it goes. But anyway, I just wanted to say, I'm against it just for that reason.
Okay, so
Any more discussion on the amendment? This is only on the amendment. And there is none, so we're going to take a vote on the amendment. The resolution now reads, as we support term limits of 12 years for elected and appointed federal and statewide offices. All in favor, say aye. All in favor, say nay. Nay. The nays have it, so remove the word statewide. Now we're back to the original term limits.
They'll never do it anyway.
Now the resolution reads, we support term limits of 12 years for elected and appointed federal and state offices. Do I have a motion to accept? I don't have a motion. Motion to accept.
All right, we got one.
Do I have a second?
Second, Adrian Welcome.
Thank you, Adrian. Welcome. Any discussion? I move we go to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the county chair would like to say a few words.
Just some clarity for you. Number one, do not speak without recognition of the chair. We've got to keep this ball rolling, folks. We have 142, we're on 5. So we want to make sure we cover everything, but at 5 o'clock, we're out of here. So just remember, you've got a list of resolutions that you're looking at. If there's some that are more important to you than others, just make sure that you just keep that in mind. We want to entertain every conversation that's necessary, but we do have to be 5 o'clock, doors are closed. Just want to remind everyone of that. Thank you, Chief. Yeah, and also, these that we're going over right now on this consent agenda are on the current platform. Doesn't mean they don't need to be corrected, but just remember that, please. Thank you.
All right, moving on. Resolution number 6. Article 5, Convention of States. The Republican Party of Texas continues to support a call for a Convention of States as called for in SJR 2, passed in the regular session of the 85th meeting of the Texas Legislature, until such time as a required number of states join Texas's application for an Article 5 convention for the limited purposes of proposing one or more amendments to the Constitution to impose physical restraints on the federal government, to limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and to limit the terms of office of federal officials and members of Congress. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution as written?
Motion to accept.
Tim Carlson, motion to accept.
Please state your name.
Tim Carlson.
Eric Hatfield, second.
Awesome. Thank y'all. That just makes me feel so much better. Any discussion on Article 5 Convention of States resolution as written?
We'll be tidying up.
Come on up, Wes.
For or against?
Against, he's our you.
All right.
Wes Johnson, 3D. I'm fundamentally agreed that let me just back up. This resolution has the potential of producing catastrophic results. The risk calling the convention and the left-hand side of the political spectrum taking advantage of it and going way beyond the scope of what is called for here, I think is too much, and I oppose the resolution.
Thank you.
Full recognizes Robert Sunday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're voting in favor, yes. Thank you. This is an argument that is made quite often, and at the last state convention, I challenged the person who was appointed to be our platform committee person for the senatorial district. I lost that, but I challenged her specifically because she was against the article of Convention of States. Understand, this is a limited Convention of States. Any state that is involved in this, that is participating in this, they are specific in what they want to change. Term limits is one of the big ones, and we're never going to get that, I would argue, with our current elected officials. I respect the concern everyone has, and of course, even Anton Scalia raised concern about it so long. But the one thing that those arguing against it, that use Scalia's words, they don't point out the fact that Scalia was specific in saying it needs to be a limited convention of the state, which this is. Thank you.
Any more discussion? If there is no more discussion, then we're going to move to a vote. All in favor of resolution number 6, Article 5, Convention of States, say aye. Aye. All in favor, say nay. All opposed, say no. And there are none, the ayes have it.
Yes.
Okay, resolution number 9. United States Senators. We support restoring state sovereignty with the repeal of the 17th Amendment of the United States Constitution and the appointment of the United States Senators by the state legislatures. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution?
Tim Carlson, motion.
Eric Hatfield, second.
Any discussion? If there is none, let's move straight to a vote.
We got one.
Marie Howard, are you in favor or against?
I'm against.
Come on to the microphone.
I'm against this. Marie Howard, 3C. Unless the people are allowed to vote and elect this person, then that's just, to me, it's against the Constitution, because we should be allowed to vote whoever is creating laws and governing over us. So if you put it back the other way, then you're allowing an elite group of people to determine who is governing you. And it should be always up to the voter. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Very frank.
In favor.
Are you for or against?
For.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this because the 17th Amendment was added to our Constitution during the Woodrow Wilson administration. The original intent of our Constitution, as it was written, was that the states would have representation in Congress as well as the people. The House of Representatives was for the people. The Senate was to represent the states individually as their sovereignty. So that's why I'm in favor of bringing back to the original intent of our Constitution. That's why I'm in favor of this.
Any other discussion?
4 is the last 4.
John, go ahead. What's state your name and are you for or
Bob
against?
Chambers, precinct 4A.
Are you for or against?
I'm against this amendment, or this resolution, because there's so much tilting at windmills that goes on in some of the political discussions. I think we all know that this will never see the light of day, and I think it makes us look a little bit foolish to be promoting something that everybody knows it never happened.
That's 2 against. Anybody else? 4.
Anybody else for?
John White?
This amendment has survived several convention cycles. In the original context of things, what was going on was there were 13 states in a confederacy, and every state had one representative, period, one senator. And when the confederacy didn't work, and they were all getting together, and after a very extensive prayer meeting, the present Constitution was created. Now, they went from having one senator to having 2 per state, but then they added the U.S. House of Representatives to represent the various populations of those states, and to also serve for electing the president. So the whole idea of the 17th Amendment was to assure that there was state representation. It takes just a moment to actually state the name of our country, the United States of America. It's not the United Mob of America. It's very important to preserve the states. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the discussion. So we're going to move to a vote. All in favor of the resolution as written, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. Resolution number 9 passed. Resolution number 12. U.S. citizenship. We support a change to the 14th Amendment eliminating birth tourism or anchor babies by granting citizenship only to those with at least one biological parent who is a United States citizen. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution?
So moved.
State your name. Do I have a second? State your name. Any discussion on this one?
Yes.
Are you for or against? State your name.
Les Chapman, Precinct 1.
Are you for or against?
For with amendment.
Proceed.
Recommend behind U.S. citizen, we add or serving in the United States military. Foreign nationals can gain their citizenship through service. Should a child be born while serving in the United States military actively, that child should be a citizen.
Help us with the wording on the screen.
I'm sorry. While serving, misspell serving.
While serving, right? Yes.
Actually, it should be or while actively serving. In other words, active duty in the United States military. Thank you.
So we've got an amendment, a proposed amendment. So we've got a motion and I need a second to that proposed amendment. Bob Stein, taking a second. And discussion. Recognize. For?
On the amendment.
Yes.
On the amendment.
Thank you, Robert Steinding in 3D. I am in favor, as the author of this resolution, I appreciate and embrace this amendment as a friendly amendment.
Any more discussion on the edit to this amendment? So therefore, we're going to move to a vote just on the amendment. Motion to approve. Okay, we're moving to a vote. So all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed to the amendment, say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. So we're going to now propose the amended resolution for consideration. We support a change to the 14th Amendment to eliminate birth tourism or anchor babies by granting citizenship only to those with at least one biological parent who is a U.S. citizen or while actively
Or who is, yeah.
or is a U.S. citizen or is actively serving in the U.S. military. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution as amended? Motion made.
Philip Hatfield.
Do I have a second?
Mitch Land, second.
Any discussion on this amendment, this motion as amended? As amended. So we've already done that. So now we're going to vote on this. We're going to vote on this. All in favor of this resolution as amended, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Aye. The ayes have it. Resolution number 25, early voting. We support limited early voting to 7 days, ending on the Friday before Election Day. Do I have a motion to accept this?
Tim Carlson, motion. Tim Carlson, motion.
Got that? Tim Carlson, motion. Do I have a second?
Second. Pat Fallon, second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
State your name and are you for or against?
Les Chapman, Precinct 1, 4, with amendment.
Okay, proposed with amendment.
I move we change ending on the Saturday before Election Day. This gives one more weekend day for folks that work to get out and vote.
So we have a motion to amendment to scratch Friday and change to Saturday. Anybody second that motion? That motion for the amendment?
Sherry London.
Sherry London.
Any discussion on the amendment? State your name and are you for or against?
Robert Dorsey, Precinct 2A. I'm against.
The amendment?
Yes, against the amendment. Yeah, I don't want to extend early voting any more than it already is. I think it needs, if anything, it needs to be decreased.
Any other discussion on the amendment to Saturday?
I do.
Or recognizes Robert Steinhagen. Are you for or against, Robert?
This is not, this is remaining, keeping it 7 days. It's just changing the last day to Saturday. I agree with you that we need to limit early voting. Does that change your opinion?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. What you say is good. Yep.
So are you withdrawing your?
Yes, withdraw.
Well, it's not
He
withdrawal,
didn't
it's
have
discussion.
Yeah, he just had a strong, it was a discussion, yeah.
Okay. So it's still amended to Saturday. So now we're going to vote on the amendment. We're not voting on the resolution, the amendment to change Friday to Saturday. If you're in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, nay. And there are none, motion passes for the edit. Now we're going to reread and the resolution as presented, as edited. We support limiting early voting to 7 days, ending on the Saturday before Election Day. Do I have a motion to accept this?
Sherry London, motion to accept as amended.
As amended.
Do I have a second?
Second. Pat Fallon, second.
You don't have to do that because you already have the motion.
Yeah.
And it's
So,
voted.
Yes.
Okay.
So any discussion on the amendment?
Robert Dorsey, Precinct 2A.
Are you for or against as?
I'm against. I'd like to make a motion to amend. Yeah, I'd like to motion that we strike 7 and replace it with 0.
Eliminating.
We have a motion to edit, remove 7 days to 0 days. Go ahead.
Well, I second.
You second?
I recommend the word eliminating.
Great. Yep.
And replace it. So it would read, we support eliminating early voting.
Period.
Period.
So does this, what's on the screen now represent what you edited?
Eliminating.
My only concern is that, oh, good. Okay.
Does this represent what you, the edit you wanted to make?
Yes. I didn't see the word eliminating, so that's good. Yes, I like this.
So I have a motion to edit
I motion.
the resolution, and I need a second.
Second. Dennis London.
Please state your name.
Dennis London.
Any discussion on the edit to the motion, to the resolution? State your name and are you for or against?
Les Chapman, Precinct 1. I'm against the amendment. Early voting, it's important that we preserve the credibility of voting. I understand it. I've worked early voting in this county for a number of years. Early voting is essential to working personnel.
Any more discussion? Recognize AJ, state your name, and are you for or against?
AJ Wessler, Precinct 3. I am against. As a working professional, as the head of HR for large organizations, sometimes I get called to travel on short notice. People get called to travel on short notice. People get out of work on short notice. Eliminating early voting is going to prevent us from being able to exercise our rights to vote. You don't have necessarily that time to request an absentee ballot. You don't necessarily know that you're not going to be there, and things come up, and it's essential. So I recommend we vote against this. Thanks.
Okay, that's 2 against. So we can only accept people who want to discuss that are in favor of the edit.
Point of order. What's the point of order? Point of order. I make an amendment.
Okay, I recognize your point of order. Go ahead. Step to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Bob Chambers, Precinct 4A. Point of order is a request for the chair to allow more discussion about this amendment.
Okay, I have a motion to allow more discussion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor of allowing? Okay, sorry. That's parliamentary.
Extending debate.
Oh,
I'm here to vote. I'm here to speak in favor.
okay.
Well, allow.
So we have Bob who wants to speak in favor. The chair recognizes Bob Schneider.
And the reason it's important, before you start talking, the reason that's important is because unless there's someone speaking in favor of it, the ability to speak against it is not there. So then we'll consider your motion. Does that make sense?
You can't continue the debate unless there's someone who presents from the other side. So he's going to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're working through all this.
I'm the person to speak in favor.
Okay. So let's now you speak.
How many more people against do you have?
I have one against and one.
And so far, this
He's going to speak.
So we'll acknowledge the 4 against after we hear those in favor. So if you're in favor, state your name and if you're.
Mark Sturts, Precinct 2A. I am for this resolution as written because early voting makes it extremely convenient for fraud. If you follow any of the analysis by Seth Keschel or Russ Ramsland, who did an examination of Dallas County and found that 53,000 votes were changed during the early voting process. Early voting demolishes the integrity of elections.
Okay.
So I'm voting, I'm speaking in favor.
Do you need another favor?
In favor? Anybody else want to speak in favor of it?
I'll speak.
Oh, wait. You've already spoken in favor of this?
I have not. He was about to.
I was just explaining to him why he wanted to.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would agree with what the gentleman who just said is, and one of the problems is we're challenged by the idea that our elections are being stolen. And while I appreciate early voting and actually like it, it is the source of where most voter fraud is occurring. The only way to curb it, as I can tell, is for us to eliminate early voting. And I recognize that to some, that's a detriment. Thank you.
Okay. The additional against. You're recognized. Just state your name and then 4 against.
Sorry for all the confusion. My name is Bob Chambers. I'm with Precinct 4A, and I'm against this amendment to the resolution. I am a retiree, and so it should be easy for me to vote on election day. But there are many times when I can't. I have a lot of travel plans in my future because I'm retired and don't have to work. But it also it creates access for people like myself who might have trouble standing in line at polling places. I don't necessarily buy the argument that early voting is rife for fraud. I think electronic voting in general is rife for abuse, but I'm not sure that early voting, at least as I've observed it in my precinct, is really an issue. Controls are the same for early voting as they are for on-time voting, and therefore I disapprove this amendment. I think 7 days is adequate. I guess my question about the 7 days is when you start counting. Does that include Saturday and Sunday and so on? But that's a different issue. So I am opposed to this amendment. I'm in favor of the resolution as written.
Okay, any more discussion? 4. Right, this is the last one we have.
Erica Hatfield, 3E. I'm for it, yeah. I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that the state legislature passed a bill saying that employers must require, and Mrs. Shaking said yes, must require time for folks to now vote. So for that reason, we can now eliminate early voting because not being able to go to the polls is now new.
That concludes the discussion, so now we're going to go into a vote on the amendment. We're only voting on the amendment. And so the resolution as amended says we support eliminating early voting. If you're in favor of this amendment, say aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed to this amendment, say nay.
Nay.
So the nays win.
Yep.
That's all right, we have another measure.
Okay, so do we have further discussion on this resolution as it appears on your screen now? AJ, you recognize, say your name and are you for or against?
AJ Wessler, 3D. I actually moved that we consider number 78 in addition to this, as they are the same topic, and we just, you can't do that?
No, because they're not the same anymore.
They're not.
We're not in the, we're still in the consent agenda item.
Oh, that's why.
No, it's been taken off consent agenda.
Yeah, we're outside the consent agenda.
We're outside of that.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead with your discussion. So start, say what you said again.
It was a motion to consider item 78 in conjunction with item 25 and replace the language in 78 with whatever we decide in 25.
No, that is not the same. No, that's not the same. That's not the same as what we're
Okay.
That's out.
Okay, Department of Clearance says that's out. Okay. But you will have a chance when we get to 78. Okay. Any more discussion on early voting resolution 25? Dr. Rollins would recognize you. Are you for or against?
Well, am I able to recommend an amendment?
You can.
We heard Senator Hall say this morning that the problem is we have 4 days between the ending of early voting and then election day, and it's those 4 days where fraud can occur. So we could amend it to say support limiting early voting to 7 days ending on election day so that you don't have that 4 days of space between early voting and election day. Prior to 7 days prior, ending on election day.
Jim.
So we have a motion for amendment. It's on the screen. Is that, look at it now.
Contiguous days?
Ending on election day.
Is that your amendment?
Well, is that make it clear?
Ending the day Monday before election day, because election day is on Tuesday.
Okay.
Ending the Monday prior.
Ending on the Monday before Election Day.
One election day is not a state. Donna, look at the amendment that's on the screen now. Do you agree with that?
One Sunday, library, and the only one.
Ending on the day before Election Day. Yes.
In case it's not on Tuesday.
Right.
So we have a motion to amend this resolution. It's on your screen now. Do I have a second to that motion?
I second.
Richland seconds.
Any more discussion? Discussion for or against? State your name, for or against.
All right, well, Jim Pruitt, Precinct 2. Going on what Senator Hall said, I would just like to say that I think there would be a problem with this amendment in us getting the poll books done within that one day that early voting ended in the regular election day. I think what Senator Hall was advocating is we do away with early voting and we just have a 7-day period of voting. Therefore, you're using the same poll books, the same cards in the machines, so that nobody has a chance to look at those, because it'll all just be one number that will be held until after election day is over with. So that we start the election day 7 days prior to whatever that uniform election day is, and allow people to vote anytime within that 7 days, whatever hours they set.
The election period to 7 days, period.
Right.
So we need to vote on this amendment first before we can get to.
That's good.
Come on.
Very good.
State your name and are you for or against?
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's exactly what
That is
I'm just
exactly.
asking for clarification. The 7 days, are they 7 calendar days? Are they 7 voting days? Do you vote on Sunday? I think that needs to be clarified.
Yeah, I would accept that, yes.
You want to
The offset amendment, accept that.
propose that as an edit? I think we'll add to her edit. Donna, is it a friendly edit to you?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers, propose that as an edit. Donna's nodding her head that that's a friendly edit.
I propose, whatever I said is.
Calendar days?
No, you have to say it. You have to say it. You have to make that as a.
Propose an edit to the amendment to reflect, are we talking about calendar days or election day or electing days?
7 calendar days.
7 calendar days or 7?
Look at it on the screen. Mr. Chambers, if you can't,
I guess
you can't.
What I'm saying is 7 calendar days. If there's no voting on Sunday, then there's only 6 days that's available. So.
Calendar days every day.
What is your recommendation?
Are you proposing an amendment? No. You're not.
I would rather see voting days than calendar.
That's good. That's fine. Put back what you had. That's what, thank you. That's out of order. We can't do that.
Why is that?
We're in discussion and you didn't make a motion to edit.
You asked me to come up here and make that.
Yeah, I know. We're struggling.
You're just not making it clear what you want to do. You can try again. We can't write it if you don't tell us what to write. Okay. We're still on any more discussion on the edit from Donna Rolliner?
Can Donna add more calendar days?
Yes.
Donna, would
Donna, do you want to?
I have calendar days because we do vote on Sunday, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Right.
To just say, we support limiting voting to 7 calendar days, I think we need to still call it early voting that would conclude the day before the normal election day.
This was, your first edit was eliminated early, right?
No, I don't think it eliminated early. Well, no, because I think we need to call it early voting, but that there be no space between.
Consecutive.
Okay. No, we've already made a motion and seconded to scratch the word early, right? So we need to vote on that. Is that accurate?
Well,
Number 82.
How about the word consecutive, like this group says?
7
consecutive days.
Consecutive instead of calendar?
yeah, that's fine. Do we need to say ending on election day so that we're just not voting 7 calendar days? Or is that clear enough without saying ending on election day?
Ending on election day.
We support limiting voting to 7 calendar days ending on election day.
Okay.
No conversation.
Okay. Is this the edits that you represent?
We support limiting voting to 7 calendar days ending on election day.
Yes.
So is that better than adding the word voting?
Mark says out of order.
What?
What's her, she's amending her motion.
All right. Okay. So, any more discussion on as edited the first time? How about on the screen now?
Yes.
Can we vote on what's on the screen?
Yes.
That's our amendment.
It's our amendment.
We vote on the amendment.
We're gonna vote on this amendment, and we'll come back and vote on the resolution.
Okay.
So any more discussion on this amendment?
Yes, I'm good with that.
None. Let's move to a vote. We're voting on the amendment. All in favor of this amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Unanimously passes. Now we have a motion support, a resolution. We support limiting voting to 7 calendar days
Jim.
and ending on election day. Do I have a motion for that?
Motion.
Do I have a second? Please state your name. Okay, very fine. Any new discussion on that? Any other further discussion as amended? As amended. It's on the screen now. No discussion?
There it is.
All right. All in favor of this resolution say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes. Okay. I recognize Bob Steinhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to place items 45 through 140 on a consent agenda.
We're not finished with.
I understand. These are, we can do this. On a consent agenda. Items 45 through 140 on a consent agenda. Correct. So it's absent the minority report. Jim, you want a second?
And I'll second that.
Okay. So hold on, parliamentarians.
Yeah.
Decide what objective you want in that next so we can do it all.
Okay. So we have a motion to place 45 through 140 on a consent agenda, and we have a second
discussion.
And discussion. I'll be recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to break for lunch. I thought this would be the right time to do it so that you'll have lunch to review the things that you'd like to see taken off of the consent agenda to be taken one by one. So I move for passage of this motion.
Any more discussion?
I just want to say, in this motion, we're going to do this just like we did the earlier one. How do we do the consent agenda? If there's items you want to discuss separately, then out of those that he just made the motion for, then you're going to object to them, and we'll pull those numbers out so we can discuss them. This is just a way of us to get rid of all the stuff we can agree on, so that we can argue and have debate on the ones that are not.
Okay. So that's 2 in favor of the consent agenda motion. Do I have anybody opposed to the consent agenda motion? Any discussion for opposed? There are none. So we're going to move to a vote. Hold on, there's a discussion on this side. We'll wait on that.
I think we're good. We're good.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. We've discussed it. All in favor of placing resolution number 45 through 140 on a consent agenda after lunch, say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay.
All right.
The nays, the ayes have it. It passes. So county chair's going to speak.
Okay, it is 10 after 12. Congressman Pat Fallon's going to be here about 12:20. I told you we would have 15 minutes to gather your lunch and return to your seats. That's what we've got. 12:25, return to your seats. We will reconvene at 12:25. Please take your moments of lunch to go over all of the other resolutions as what's passed for the next consent agenda, so that we can keep the process rolling. Thank you. This convention will reconvene. Please make your way to your seats or be quiet so that we can proceed with our first speaker. We're honored to have Congressman Pat Fallon here to speak to us for 5 minutes. So please welcome Congressman Fallon.
Woo!
We're up here. I've never been up on this.
Hold on, he needs a timekeeper, we gotta get up.
We do not need a timekeeper, I assure you.
That's our thing, Pat.
You know, my mom used to tell me necessity is the mother of invention. And when you have 12 counties in one day, you can't stay long, it's hard all that long. But I wanted to visit with you and say thank you. I just got back from a trip I couldn't tell anybody about until I got back. We had a CODA with 6 members of Congress, and we went to Poland, Romania, Moldova, and the Ukrainian border 3 times, and we spent about 30 minutes in the Ukraine.
Wow.
For security reasons, we couldn't say anything until we got back. I just got back yesterday. And I wanted to share with you what I saw. We're going to do a teletown hall for about 45 minutes to go into more detail as to what we saw there and some of the takeaways. But I want to start by saying that I think we'd all agree that the 2 greatest threats that we face as a country, the things that could really tear us down, would be our wild runaway spending, our deficit spending, and our accrued debt. Over $30 trillion now. I was sick to my stomach when it was at $10 trillion. And then our open and porous and unsafe border. Because if you're not safe, then you're not free. And we literally have a president of the United States that's ignoring his constitutional oath to do just that. To enforce the laws that are on the books, to look the other way every time the drug cartels murder another person, traffic another woman, harm another soul. He doesn't seem to care because he is catering to a far left. All the woke. You know what the woke need to do? Somebody needs to wake them up. Quite frankly. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean that there aren't other threats in the world. And we can't ignore those. The 2 greatest threats we face externally, by far, China is the #1 threat. Russia is also a threat, probably a second. But China has 11 times the population of Russia and 11 times the economy. And so we visited the 82nd Airborne Commander with about 5,000 American troops in Poland, the chief of station in Poland, the ambassador of Moldova. We met with the prime ministers of Romania and Moldova, along with their interior ministers as well. You remember when the dictator from Romania, Ceausescu, the last speech he gave, and I would encourage you, if you haven't seen it, look it up on YouTube. He was on a balcony in downtown Bucharest, and he had what he thought was all his party faithful. And even they turned on him, and they started hissing. You hear 100,000 people, it's ominous. And then he went back to his office, and they killed him shortly thereafter. We were on that balcony, and the interior minister's office is now what he uses Ceausescu's old office. He showed us the bullet holes in the wall and in the paintings. Wow. But I want to talk to you about what the interior minister said at the end of our meeting. There were 6 members of Congress, 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats. And we had a very good, functional 90-minute meeting about the threats that Russia poses, about the refugee crisis, and about what the NATO alliance can do moving forward. One of the silver linings is Germany is finally going to spend 2% of their GDP on defense. They've dragged their feet for 16 years. They're a wealthy country. They could have always done it. They didn't. Ukraine, incidentally, not part of NATO, is spending almost 4% on GDP on defense for obvious reasons. But I want to share with you the final couple of minutes of that meeting with the Interior Minister. He was speaking through an interpreter, and at the end, he looked at us all, and his entire demeanor changed. And he said, I would like to talk to you, if I could, on a personal note. His voice changed, the cadence, everything slowed down, and we all leaned in to listen. He said, I have a 9-year-old daughter. And last week I had explained to her what the word war meant. And why Vladimir Putin is harming children in the Ukraine. And as I combed my fingers through my daughter's hair, I smiled a bit and said, but you won't be harmed. And other Romanian children are safe because we have a friend in the United States of America. He went on to explain to her what Article 5 in the NATO treaty meant. An attack on one is an attack on all. And other Romanian children will sleep safely tonight. And he took the back of his hand and gently caressed her cheek and said, sleep tight. He hadn't spoken a word in English until this point. And he looked at the 6 of us one at a time. Caught our eye, just like this. 6 times. And in English, he said, thank you. See, for us, when we see a war, it's pixels. A lot of the time, it's pixels on a TV screen. And we understand it's unjust. But for us, because we have 2 giant moats, the Atlantic and the Pacific, and we're so safe, and we have been for centuries, that we fail to realize that liberty and freedom, safety and security, are sometimes fleeting. But not for us, at least for now. For now. And 22 million Romanians are safe because of the United States of America. People will say it's because of NATO, but NATO wouldn't exist and NATO wouldn't have any teeth if it weren't for us, if it weren't for the people in this room. And if we're going to remain strong, we're going to remain free, we're going to remain the leader of the free world, it's going to take patriots like this to come here on a Saturday morning and defend our republic. No one compelled you to do this. You don't need to be here. You chose to be here. For whatever reason, you chose to be here. I would submit to you it's probably because you believe in things greater than yourself.
that God is great, that you are, that this country is great, that you are, that Texas, our communities, our family, and friends are greater than we are. Because we all know the world needs a strong United States. And we also know that in order for the United States to be strong, we need a strong Texas. And you are all doing that. So in closing, I'll say this. Just as the Romanian interior minister looked at us, thank you. I appreciate everything you're doing. Now I'm going to skedaddle off to Grayson County, and I do want, as an editor's note, to point out that I came to Rockwall first. Woo!
Good to see you.
Thank you so much, Congressman Fallon. We're so blessed that our elected officials come and talk to us here. So we're reconvening. We're going to have nominations committee chair come forward before we resume resolutions. I want to go over a few things with you all. We have 149 resolutions to consider today. We've gotten through 25. At this rate, we will get through 65, maybe. So let's not be insensitive to the fact that we have 149 resolutions submitted by the precincts and all of the delegates who were at the precinct conventions. We've got a lot of business to cover. Remember, when these go to state, they may be altered just a little bit. There's a word out of order, or a comma here, or an and, or a they, or the, that's not exactly right. The Resolutions Committee at state has the freedom to change those without changing the meaning. So please remember that when we're having our conversations. Second, Robert's Rules of Order are in place and they will be strictly enforced throughout the day. If you want to speak, do not speak from the floor without being recognized. We're not having conversation with the person that's at the podium up here that's for or against. That person who's at the up here speaking for or against, do not have conversations and look out there for a better way to word it. If you come forward, you make your statement, and that's it. If you want to make an amendment, have your wording ready when you come forward. There are 2 to speak for, 2 to speak against. Each one has a minute. That we're going to stick to that unless there's some earth-shattering change that needs to be made. The consent agenda that the Resolutions Committee came up with was designed and selected to make this process work faster, not slower. We are still in the consent agenda of resolutions that are on the current platform. We haven't even gotten through that.
Not on consent agenda.
We want to consider and respect everybody's opinion, but remember, a lot of people, we had over 150 people at the precinct conventions, and I think it made closer to 200, who worked hard and diligently to get these resolutions together. Let's please try to get through as many as possible. And just be mindful and respectful of everyone, please. Robert's rules, follow the rules, we're going to get through this. And if we don't, I'm going to come back here and I say, stop. So y'all stay with us. I appreciate your enthusiasm. It's great that we have so many people who are wanting to have their voice heard. But let's get this thing rolling, okay? So, Nominations Committee is responsible for recommending a list of individuals who will serve as delegates and alternates to the state convention. The Permanent Nominations Committee Chair will now present the committee's report.
Madam Chair, the Permanent Nominations Committee recommends the following individuals be selected to serve as delegates to the state convention. I'm going to read the entire list of delegates. I'm going to move quickly, and I apologize if I have any mispronunciations. The list of delegates follows: Russ Bafford, Doug Roth, Mitch Land, Vivian Land, Jay Vandiver, Paula Vandiver, Brent Dunklau, Diana Boyd, Joe Bridges, Tony Norton, Lee Harvey, Gloria Mussel, Amy Norton, John White, Francis White, Ann Hedinger, Julie Spokes Owen, Ralph Mount, Deborah Harper, Dalton Tassett, Christine Kirby, Richard Henson, Alma McClintock, Donna Rolliter, Alma Howard, Chastity Swela, Robert Steinhagen, Adrian Balcom, Dennis London, Val Bodart, Ken Salverson, Phyllis Salverson, Gregory Bray, Robert Chambers, David Sweet, Kenda Culpepper, Sharon Henson, David Peak, Mitch Ownby, Bobby Galana, Tiffany Miller, David Rolfe, Rich Krause, Lauren Lichty, Johnny Myers, John Cobble, Mark Russo, Jerry Fisher, Jim Pruitt, John Harper, Philip Hatfield, Eric Hatfield, Sherry London, Rebecca Bafford, and Hayes Hedinger. Madam Chair, by direction of the Nominations Committee, I move the selection of the delegates to the State Convention.
The question is on the adoption of the list of delegates as recommended by the Nominations Committee. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving the list of delegates to the State Convention say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The list of delegates to the State Convention is adopted. The Nominations Committee Chair will now continue with the committee's report.
Madam Chair, the Nominations Committee recommends the following individuals be selected to serve as alternates to the State Convention. Again, I'm going to read these alternates. I apologize for any mispronunciations. The alternates: Les Chapman, Penelope Chapman, Mary DuBose, Misty Gajewski, Brian Bush, Timothy Carlson, Leah Carlson, Donna Hilliard, Kelly Bush, Jeff McLaughlin, Brittany McLaughlin, Chad Fogg, Jennifer Fogg, Kenneth Boyd, Judy Dixon, Tammy Hawks, Jeffrey Lyons, Robert Dorsey, Mark Stewarts, Sandra Ownby, Daniel Castillo, Kelly Elander, Julie Elander, Jenny Howell, Daniel Tucker, Wesley Johnson, Christine Hoare, John Beeman, Nicole Beeman, Tony Feltz, Candace Seifert, Karen Myers, Mary Lichty, John Stacy, Stephen Curtis, AJ Eckstein, Henry Barton, Urban Galsip, Marjorie Galsip, Mary Puckett, Denise Johnson, Anna Campbell, Gary Knievo, Jerry Fisher, Steve Fisher, already have Jerry, Galen Hilliard, Laverne Kinnemer, Dalton Kinnemer, Justin Holland, Neely Holland, Brandon Rolfe, Melba Jeffus, Stan Jeffus, Deanna Tucker, Dana Macklick, and Jeff Macklick. Madam Chair, by direction of the Nominations Committee, I move the selection of the alternates to the State Convention.
The question is on the adoption of the list of alternates as recommended by the Nominations Committee. Is there any discussion? You're recognized. Please come forward. State your name and precinct.
Robert Dorsey. Robert Dorsey.
Yeah, unmute.
I can also speak really loud.
No, that's right. Yes.
There we go.
Break again.
Okay, Robert Dorsey, Precinct 2A. Yeah, point of inquiry, I was wondering if we have on that list, if it includes whether those alternates are present here today or not.
That That's not germane to the issue at hand.
Okay.
Is a point of information?
Any other discussion?
Point of order.
All those in favor of approving the list of alternates to the state convention, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The list of alternates to the state convention is adopted. And now we are going to hear about the seating of the alternates.
The nominations committee recommends how alternates will be seated as delegates at the state convention. Madam Chair, by direction of the nominations committee, I move that alternates be seated as delegates at the state convention at the discretion of our delegation chair, who will be our county chair, Sharon Henson.
All those in favor of alternates being seated as delegates in the order of, at the discretion of the county chair, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The list of alternates will be seated at the discretion of the county chair. I would like to thank the committee for their work in preparing your report. Right, we'll return to the resolutions committee. I believe that Jim Pruitt is going to be.
I'll finish the form.
Okay. So, Chair Richard Henson will continue through the first consent agenda. And again, please be mindful of your time and respectful of all of the work that's been put into creating these by over 150 precincts, delegates.
All right, I hope y'all enjoyed your lunch. I sure did. Thank y'all for sticking around and coming back. We, right before lunch, we had a motion and seconded, and you guys passed the second consent agenda. We still had a few items left on the first consent agenda. We'll finish those up.
Those are right.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I see. And Bob made a great point. So the ones we pulled off of the first consent agenda, they're no longer on the consent agenda. So they're just in with all the rest of them. So, but I do want to go ahead and finish those four, and then we will proceed into, and then as scheduled earlier today, we're going to rotate out the speaker up here, so Jim will come in a few minutes and pick up this ball room. So let's go ahead, number 29. We're number 29. 27.
27.
Thank you. So 27, we support the right of eligible voters to cast a ballot in each election once but oppose illegal voting, assisting illegal persons to vote, or ineligible persons registering. We support vigorous enforcement of all election laws as written and oppose any laws, lawsuits, or judicial decisions that make voter fraud very difficult to deter, detect, or prosecute. We support voter photo ID, internet voting for public office, and any ballot measures should be prohibited. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution as written?
Vice Chairman.
Vice Chairman. Chair Paul, second.
Any discussion? I say no discussion. We'll move right to a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Thank y'all. Number 29, gambling in Texas. We oppose the expansion of illegal gambling. We oppose and call for a veto of any budget that relies on the expansion of legalized gambling as a method of finance. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution as written?
Motion to accept. Erica Hatfield seconds.
Okay. Do I have any discussion? Discussion?
Yes.
Please state your name and you're for or opposed.
Christine Kirby, not yet sure, leaning towards opposed. I want to better understand the clarity of intent for this one. So part of that is because, in my opinion, especially when there's three reasons. One, when we look at property tax reform or if repealing those, the government, the state's going to look for money somewhere else. Gambling, in my opinion, is an excellent source of revenue. Two, it's also individual right and choice and freedom as well as private business. So I do want to better understand clarity of intent and discussion on this one.
So, yeah. So, anyone want to speak for?
Just to clarify.
Yes, so the idea is our schools are supposed to be funded completely now by the Texas lottery. It's not happening. Every argument in favor of gambling in Texas has been based upon the idea that it will be a revenue generator. The problem is we're not looking at the other costs that are associated with gambling that other cities experience, that other states experience. And so this is a plank that we've had actually on the platform for, we had it 2 years ago, and I believe we've had it before that in a different iteration. But ultimately, gambling in Texas, the idea that we need gambling to take away property taxes is not really necessary. So if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? Please state your name and are you for or against?
Robert Dorsey, Precinct 2A. I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Go ahead.
Okay. So to the gentleman's point who just spoke, I also agree that we should not be expanding legalized gambling in order to fund educational programs or any other type of program. And so I would like to make a motion that we strike the first sentence entirely.
So we have a motion to strike the first sentence entirely. I have a second. I'll second. Second. Any discussion? So we're going to vote on the amendment. So if you are in favor of the amendment, which is scratching the first sentence, say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say nay. Nay. Ayes have it. So now we're going to present the resolution as amended. We oppose and call for the veto of any budget that relies on the expansion of illegal gambling as a method of finance. Legalize gambling as a method of finance. And we don't need discussion on that, right? Okay. Okay, any other further discussion? Yes, sir, come on up. Mitch Land, are you for or against?
So what you're saying is, I believe, it seems like it's saying, we're okay with the expansion as long as you don't use the money to support government. So go ahead and expand. Let's have casinos, all the rest of it.
As long as it's not in the budget.
As long as it's not in the budget. So I don't want that here. If you want that, go to Louisiana. Go to Oklahoma. Why do we want that corruption in this state? We don't need that. That's why I don't like that amendment by striking that out. I like to amend it by putting it back
Martin,
in.
there it says you're out of order.
Okay, I'm done.
Any more discussion? Then we're going to go to a vote. All in favor of this resolution as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Ooh, y'all need to do a hand count on that? Okay, if you are in favor, if you are an aye, raise your hand and we're going to count you. Keep it up. A counter's distracted. Count.
Say aye.
This is for the, as written on the screen right now, with the amendment. Keep your hand up so we can count you. How many?
15.
15. Now, if you're a nay and you're opposed, raise your hand now so we count you.
It's fails.
So the nays have it, this resolution does not pass. Right?
No, we've already voted on the amendment.
Y'all already passed the amendment.
Right.
Yeah, this resolution does not pass.
Does not pass.
Failed. Okay, we're going to 31. Ban taxpayer-funded lobbying. We oppose using tax dollars to hire lobbyists or pay dues to associations that lobby the legislature. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution as written? Seconded by who?
Daniel Castillo, second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Come on, state your name, and are you for or opposed?
Donna Rolliter, I'm opposed as written. I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay, propose your amendment.
I'd like to strike out the words "or pay dues to association that," and add the word "to lobby the legislature." So it would read, we oppose using tax dollars to hire lobbyists to lobby the legislature. And I'll explain why. This would affect cities, counties, schools. And I've been on city council for years, so I understand the city part. Most cities are members of the Texas Municipal League that this would affect, TML. So the cost to heat households is under $1 a year to be a member of TML. And TML does a lot of things for the city, including covering our expenses to defend us in lawsuits, which just happened, tens of thousands of dollars.
1 minute's up.
I'm sorry?
Your 1 minute.
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
So, 2 years ago,
Just right.
okay, 2 years ago, for example, AT&T spent $12 million in lobbying. One law they got passed was right-of-way for cities could no longer collect right-of-way fees for internet and phone. It cost the city of Houston $25 million. It cost the city of Heath somewhere between $30 and $50 million. And AT&T was the lobbyist for that. So we have lobbyists that would work against us. And actually, the TML lobbyists are not paid for by our dues. So we'd like to be able to keep.
Thank you. Sorry to be that to you. Rule. Any more discussion? Robert Steinhagen, are you for or against?
I'm against. Robert Steinhagen in opposition to the amendment. I'm a former councilman and mayor of a city, member of TML. TML is, it's true, it is a great source for healthcare. It is a great source for some of those things. But I went to a TML conference and my eyes were open. And it is an incredibly liberal organization. And I mean very liberal. Now there are exceptions because we do have some very conservative people who are part of TML who do some very good things. But as an organization is what I'm talking about. I understand, but I do not think that that dues should be paid. Using tax dollars should be used to pay those taxes. And I'm glad my friend Jim is going to speak in opposition to me, so that's good. He's one of the good guys.
Are you for or against?
Well,
this is to the edit. We're talking
this
about.
is to the edit, or pay dues to associations. So I'm Jim Pruitt. I am the immediate past regional representative on the TML board for this entire 14-county region. All right. When I left there, they didn't bother to give me a plaque, say goodbye, thank you for your service, because I was the one vote that was usually on the losing end of every vote we took because of being a conservative. And as Donna said too, they do some good things having to do with insurance, as Bob said, and that kind of thing as to being able to pool workers' comp insurance and all those kind of things so that we get a good deal for taxpayers. This stuff about the lobbying that has come in, and TML already got around it. They decided, well, it doesn't affect our lobbyists because we just can take, when we go to the conference, we can just take those conference monies, pull them in and use that to pay the lobbyists with, and then we don't use taxpayer-funded things to go to it. It's individual people that belong to it. So it's like anything in law, you find a way around it, and they've done that. So I don't think that this amendment, by saying that we can't pay association dues, is needed. I think taxpayer-funded lobbying is not a good thing, and I think it ought to be banned.
Any more discussion before we take a vote? Got one more, 4. Okay, that's it. All right, we're gonna take a vote on the amendment. The amendment to scratch or pay dues to associations, that and add number 2. So if you're in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed to the amendment, say nay. Nay. The amendment fails. So now, any more discussion on the resolution as it was originally written? Okay, so no more discussion. Got it. So no more discussion. We're going to take a vote on this resolution as you see it on the screen. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Passes. The ayes have it. Resolution number 27. Oh, 27 got out of order. Right. My bad. We're 31.
Yeah.
41.
41. Yeah.
41 is what I have. Thank you. Resolution 41, traditional marriage. We support self-sufficient families instituted by God and founded on God-given principles of traditional marriage of only one natural biological man and one natural biological woman to be recognized in law due to the traditional family's role in preserving liberty and social stability. Do I have a motion to accept this resolution as written?
Russ Baffert.
Any discussion?
Wait, do you have a second?
Did you get your second?
Oh, Mitch Lance, second.
Any discussion on traditional marriage? You're recognized. State your name and whether you're for or against.
Christine Kirby, and against because one biological man and one biological woman. I'm sure everybody in here either has a coworker, a friend, a family member, somebody who may be gay or lesbian. I think that by passing this resolution, then you are alienating and taking away rights from somebody that is gay simply because of a preference that they have that is different, because it does not encroach on your individual rights or anything to do with anybody else's life. They should have the same rights as everybody else, and it also alienates gay conservatives. There are plenty of gay conservatives out there, and so by doing this, you're alienating them, and you're telling them that they're not welcome, and I think that's fundamentally wrong. So I oppose.
Any more discussion? Thank you. If you're recognized, please state your name and whether you're for or against this resolution.
Yeah, Robert Dorsey, Precinct 2A. I speak in favor. So in 6 short years since the Supreme Court legalized gay marriage, we have seen the whole United States culture shift in alignment with that law. And so we've seen the capitulation of our corporate institutions, instituting a whole month in favor of LGBTQ agenda items. We have seen, again, the government capitulate. We've seen all this wokeness and this cancel culture, and the last stand, in my opinion, is the RPT platform. RPT platform has taken a stand against the LGBTQ agenda, and this is the last stand, in my opinion. And yeah, I would just ask that all of you look at the past 6 years. Yeah.
Any more discussion? State your name and whether you're for or opposed.
John White, Precinct 2. I'm for this. For one thing, the family is the most fundamental thing there is on the planet Earth. It's essential to the procreation of our species and so forth. LGBT, you don't give birth to many children. This is a fact. It's a scientific fact, by the way. The other part is, though, is that the marriage of a man and a woman is depicted in the Bible as a representation of God and the kingdom of Jesus and the church. This is a very vital thing. And if we can outlaw this, if they can outlaw this, then they can outlaw God altogether. If you outlaw God altogether, then even murder is up for grabs. And for instance, example, now in Maryland, where you have such atheistic people there, that they passed a law that a baby can be left out to die. So we don't want to go down that path. As Ronald Reagan said, if we ever forget that we're one nation under God, then we will be a nation gone under.
Okay, that is 2-4. We've got room for one more opposed. If there are none, we're going to go to a vote. All in favor for this resolution, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. And it passes. Resolution number 42, eliminate state property taxes. Jim, you're up next after this. We support replacing the property tax system with an alternative other than the income tax and requiring voter approval to increase the overall tax burden. We urge the legislature to develop a transition plan that is a net tax cut. One of the solutions could be the consumption tax. So I have a motion to accept this resolution as written.
Tim Carlson. Second.
I have a second. Yell your name out there.
I saw it, but they hadn't seen it first.
All right, any discussion on this one? No discussion? We'll move right to a vote. All in favor of this resolution, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. There are none. The ayes have it. I'll reintroduce you guys to Jim Pruitt. He's going to take over the podium for a while. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm the convention chair, so I get to talk whenever I want to. Just to remind you, on our time frame, we got through 5 and 30 minutes at 6 minutes each. At the current rate, we would get through 4 more. It would take us almost 8.5 hours to get through all of the rest of them. We have till 5 o'clock. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move this along pretty quickly, okay? So where we are right now is I need a motion, and I think Bob wants to do this. I need a motion to approve allowing the rest of the items up to number 140, is it not?
We already did that. We already did that.
They're already on the agenda.
They're on the consent agenda. Now we're taking objections.
We're taking objections to the consent agenda.
Okay. All right, so we're going on to take objections. That if you had one of these numbers that's after this, if you had an objection to it and you want to discuss it individually, if you will come up and give me which number you have an objection to, we'll pull that and decide it separately. Otherwise, we're going to do all these together. Come on up, feel free, and I'll recognize you. Please just state your name and your precinct number.
Okay, Robert Dorsey, Precinct 2A, and I object to items. First item is, I marked them here, I'm sorry guys. First item is item 124.
Okay, stop. Let us find that so we can pull it out and then we'll. 124. All right, next.
And item 127.
127?
Correct.
Thanks. You good?
Wessler, precinct 3D, 78.
Thank you. Next.
And 83.
83. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Les Chapman, precinct 1. Item 46.
46. Okay.
Item 53.
50 what?
53.
55-3.
53.
Yes, sir.
Wesley Johnson, 3D, number 63.
63. All right. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Christine Kirby, precinct 3, number 88.
88.
88, correct.
Thank you. Blue paper, is it? All right. Anyone else? Mr. Steinhagen.
I move we pass the consent agenda for these items. 45 to 140. That are still on consent agenda.
Through 140.
Second.
Second? Any discussion on that? Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. Everyone approving the rest of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You're going to get choked, Mark. All right. Thank you all very much. Let me just say, we probably just did 4 or 5 hours worth of stuff just then. Thank you all for your work. Yeah. All right.
That was a productive lunch.
The ayes have it, yes. Those are done. All right. I'm going to put these in order, and then we'll start one at a time doing these.
It worked.
63. All right, we're going to start with Judge Bridges right there. See, he's got his hand up. Okay, we're going with number 46. If you see yours that's coming up from what we had, make your way on up here because we're going to get through these. Convention Resolution number 46. We support Texas remaining a right-to-work state.
Les Chapman, precinct 1, 4.
Okay, well, hang on just a minute. I want to have a motion to approve that. From what? There you go, Mr. Hatfield.
Eric Hatfield, second.
Ms. Hatfield, second. Discussion.
So sorry.
No, you're good.
Les Chapman, precinct 1, 4, with amendment.
Go ahead.
Request we add, no employer may require employees to pay union dues for representation. That's how they get around the union. No employer may require. No employer.
Shall.
Yeah, may require. Okay.
Shall require.
Employees to pay union dues for representation.
All right. Does anyone have a second on his amendment?
Second.
Second? Grab one of those. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, you decide which one of them was. All right, pass law. Discussion? Seeing none, we will call the vote on the amendment. And that reads, we support Texas remaining a right-to-work state. No employer shall require employees to pay union dues or representation. On the amendment, if you are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. All right, the ayes have it. So now we will vote on that entire language that I just read. No, we support Texas remaining a right-to-work state. No employer shall require employees to pay union dues for representation. We already have a second one. So with that, ayes. If you're in favor of this, say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. The ayes have it. All right. All right, 53, special taxing districts. We support restricting the authority of special taxing districts such as municipal utility districts and municipal management districts, so that they are accountable to the people they serve and may not incur bonded debt without a vote of their residents. We support a change to the property tax and exemption section to allow special taxing districts to freeze their property assessment for taxpayers who are 65 and older or disabled. Do I have a motion? Okay, Chad Bogg. How about a second?
Eric Hatfield, second.
Eric Hatfield, second. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Getting tired of hearing from me, I'm sorry. Les Chapman, Precinct 1. I'm for. In the past, we've had instances where bond elections were held off-site, and that basically enables a small minority of people to either approve or disapprove bonds. So I request we amend it as follows. Amend the resolution to say bond issues may only be held during a November election.
All right. The parliamentarian said that's not germane to the issue that we're voting on.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So now with that, I will call for your vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, it passes.
Yes, because you are represented. You elect your, yeah.
Number 63, Article 5, Convention of States. We affirm our support of our Texas state legislators' call for a limited Article 5 Convention of States for the specific purpose of reducing the power of the federal government, including fiscal responsibility, a balanced budget, and term limits. Any proposed amendments must be ratified by 3/4 of these states. Anyone have a motion?
Motion. Motion.
Philip Hatfield makes a motion.
Second. Second.
John White seconds it. Discussion? Yes, sir?
Again, I'll let you know my objection is that there's...
State your name, please.
Oh, Wes Johnson, 3D. My objection is that there is low cost benefit to this. There's high possibility of a catastrophic outcome and a low possibility of anything good. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Hatfield, you're speaking for or against?
For.
All right, go ahead.
Didn't we already pass this?
No. Oh, there was some language in the present platform, but this is different language than what we had.
The
in
only
present
difference
platform.
is that the first one stated the bill that it passed.
Right. I know, and some of these we couldn't put together because they were too lengthy. So, anyway.
I'm for it though.
All right. So, and what happens if we have two of them that are close, even though we've taken out hundreds of them that were together? When they get to the state, we'll put both of these on there. If it passes, they'll get to the state, and then they'll sort out which language they want.
I'm just thinking from a time perspective.
Okay, we're good from a time perspective. I'm down to this right now, okay? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. It passes. Number 78, elimination of early voting. We support the elimination of early voting in Texas. Furthermore, election day be designated a state holiday for the state of Texas. So you can see the reason we couldn't put this with the one that we did earlier, because it has a double view on it. So with that, does anyone wish to make a motion to approve this?
I motion to approve. Eric Hatfield.
Motion to approve, Erica Hatfield.
Second, Rob.
Second, Mr. Rob.
Second.
Second. All right. Discussion? AJ?
Thanks, AJ Westler, Precinct 3D. I urge us to vote this down for two reasons. One, we already have a platform for early voting. We talked about the new voting timeline, the 7-day rule. The other thing is, you know, when you talk about election days and a state holiday, there could be some unintended ramifications that end up hitting municipalities, employers, schools, all kinds of stuff. And just think that we've got better language than what we've already adopted. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? My own personal view is we ought to have election day be on April 16th, right after tax day, and this country would change. But with that, anyone else? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. Okay, we need some hands on that. Sergeant Arms, you'll count the yays if you'll put your hands up and keep them up.
9, 10, 11.
All right, noes?
The noes have it. Fails.
Well, I can tell just from that one side you're past 11, so.
Yeah, I'm way past.
Anyway, so that passes. That
fails.
Oh, I'm sorry, it failed. Look at there. Teach y'all to grade my papers, won't it? All right, this will take us to 83, party registration. We urge the Texas legislature to enact legislation requiring that every registered voter must also register their political party to be eligible to vote in that party's primary election. Anyone wishes to, Chad Bob, second? Anyone?
I'll second it.
All right.
Misty G.
Guys, let me spell it later. Okay.
All right, discussion? Go ahead.
I'm going to speak against. Is there a 4 for this, though, that speaks first?
Is there a 4?
Is there anybody for this that wants to speak?
Y'all speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Robert Dorsey, 2A. Yeah, there's been a lot of local articles that have come out recently. The most recent one that comes to mind is a online magazine called Current Revolt, and they gathered evidence of Democrats voting in the Republican primary to vote in, call them lukewarm Republicans. And they do this because they know that the Democrat's not going to win. So they want the less effective Republican winning the primary. So there's clear evidence that this is happening. I've seen, again, the articles, they publish the evidence. And anyway, I voted for Don Huffines, and the circle that I run in, they all voted for either Don Huffines or Colonel West, Lieutenant Colonel West, and I just find it really amazing that Governor Abbott got such a high percentage of the vote. So that's, yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
You can present.
Speaking again.
We can have a discussion. We got time.
Hi, AJ Westler, 3D. I've lived in states that were close primary states, and I've lived in states that are open primary states.
Okay.
This is one of these that there's good arguments both sides on this one. When I look at this one, I worry about disenfranchising our independent electorate, which is the middle ground, and giving them the ability that as they start leaning in one direction or leaning in another direction, they have the ability to start voting in our party without putting that stamp on their forehead that says, I'm in that party. We're here because we believe in what we believe in. All of us will sign up and say, yep, I'm a Republican, this is what I do. But I do believe that there's a good portion out there that maybe this isn't the right thing for us to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone wish to speak against? All right, another 4. Come on up.
I agree that in the.
State your name and your precinct, please. Thank you.
Vivian Lee Land, 1A.
She didn't get it. What's your last name?
Land. Lee Land.
L-E-E-L-E-A.
Okay, I agree that in the general election, that everyone had the right to vote who they want to vote for. The primary, the purpose is to separate, for that party to choose who they want to be on the general. I can state that at the last primary, I was right there when two people discussed that they wanted someone on our ticket, but they were Democrats, and they wanted to make sure that they could vote in the general election as they wanted. And that to me is crossover. So exactly what he said, because I can say I saw two people who discussed it.
All right, anybody else? So I will call for the yays on this. If you approve this resolutions, say aye. Aye. You oppose, say no.
No.
Okay, the ayes have it.
Wow.
Let me just state as to that last one, there were 38 folks that voted 2 years ago that voted, crossed over, voted in one party in the primary, and then voted for a different one in the runoff. So that's something that we have a law to prevent, but it does happen, and it is going on. I've been assured by our election people that no longer can happen because their system will not allow somebody to even get that ballot for the opposite party. So we'll be looking at that in the next runoff to make sure it doesn't happen. So number 88, and this is a kind of long one, so bear with me. We oppose government-sponsored gambling as a means of financing state government. Number 2, oppose any further legalization, government facilitation, or expansion of any type of gambling, including land-based casinos, riverboat casinos, sports betting, daily fantasy sports, instant racing, electronic versions of raffles, bingos, scratch lottery tickets, and keno, and phone and computer-based wagering. Urge the Texas legislature to enact legislation that repeals the state lottery, and urges the Texas legislature to enact legislation that assists in vigorous enforcement of existing laws and regulations related to gambling and investigation of attempts to circumvent existing laws. Further, we urge the Texas legislature to repeal the ambiguous buzzing animal exemption currently found in the penal code, special professional sports teams, and enact legislation that assists in the vigorous enforcement of existing laws and regulations related to gambling and investigation of attempts to circumvent existing laws. I get a motion as to someone who wants to approve that.
Motion.
Erica Hatfield.
All right, second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Lynn. Discussion? Anyone? All right, then, if you approve of this resolution number 88, say aye. Aye. If you oppose it, say no.
No.
All right, the ayes have it, it passes. Number 124, marriage. We affirm that marriage is a holy institution founded by God. Therefore, government should have no part in the role of marriage. A motion? Motion by Philip Hatfield.
Second, Erica Hatfield.
Second, Erica Hatfield. Discussion? Speaking for?
I'm speaking against this.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Robert Dorsey, 2A. This amendment, it's saying that, that government should have no part in defining the role of marriage. I would ask you to consider what the Democrats would feel about that, removing themselves from forcing their viewpoints, their beliefs on what they think any issue should be defined as. What this is effectively going to do, if it passes, is anyway, I disagree with this. I think we should have a say in what marriage is defined as. for the points that I brought up earlier. The Democrats are not going to stop coming after our definition, God's definition of marriage. They're going to continue to push this issue at the lowest levels in schools with their propaganda. We've certainly seen that in the news. We see it on educational programs for children, Nickelodeon, PBS. They are going after the children. They are putting their propaganda out there. They want to remove any possibility that in the future your children will speak out against LGBTQ issues, in this case specifically against what marriage should be. So I think that the Republican Party Texas platform needs to continue to have our say, and we need to continue to take a stand for what marriage is, and by doing that, taking a stand for the culture. Thanks.
Mr. Dunning, are you speaking for or against?
I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. Since government has gotten involved in the sanctity of marriage, it is defined in marriage in an abhorrent way, in a way that was never intended, God never intended. And as government continues to encroach upon our rights as on faith, they are now defining what marriage is. And that is problematic for so many reasons. So it is to me a holy institution, as it says in our platform or on the resolution, not a government institution, and therefore should be. I would urge support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Different? Are you going to speak for or against? Against, go right ahead.
Wes Johnson, 3D. I agree with the spirit of this. However, the letter of it would not preclude bigamy and other forms of marriage that some religious institution might employ. So consider that.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else wishes to speak for? Yes.
Mark Sturts, Precinct 2A. I just have a question. Would this mean there could be no government regulations regarding polygamy and or age of marriage? So in other words, could an adult marry a child?
Okay.
No, because there are laws against.
Well, I can't answer those things for you. Okay, that's just. I mean, I understand your point. Your point of clarification for it. Anyone here that actually wrote this and wants to speak about that issue that he brought up?
I didn't write it.
I didn't write it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Henson.
I'd like to speak for it.
Sure. You're certainly allowed.
So, that was a great
State
point.
your name, please.
Richard.
Thank you.
Speaking for this resolution, there are already laws on the book that prevents, outside of marriage, prevents men from, or women from having sex with minors. There are also bigamy laws outside of that. So I just wanted to say I'm for it for those reasons.
Thank you. So with that, we will vote on the proposed platform plank number 124. If you agree with that platform plank, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
If you oppose, say no.
No.
The ayes have it. All right, number 127. This is the state income tax. We support a resolution opposing a state income tax. Can I get a motion?
I move.
All right. You got that? Chad. Okay, Chad, Bob, Mitchell, and second. Thank you. All right. Anyone wish to speak for or against it? Seeing none, I'll call. Or you can. Raise your hand up so I can see you coming, okay? I saw people doing that going to the restroom a few minutes ago. Go ahead.
You gotta go, you gotta go. Yeah, Robert Dorsey, 2A. So I raised the objection to this because I believe that there was a ban on a state income tax that was passed 2 or 4 years ago.
Constitutional amendment.
Constitutional amendment, okay. So is this, so yeah, I guess point of parliamentary information, so is this saying that we're in favor of this constitutional amendment continuing to remain? I just wonder, like, what's the point of this if there's already a constitutional amendment that bans the state income tax?
It's just restating, a lot of these restated what was already there in the law.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a reaffirmance of that.
Okay, well, I'm not going to oppose this.
Okay. All right, then with that, if you're in favor of this, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. It passes. Okay, so that takes us all through those consent ones. Now, there was a minority report, and you'll look at, it's number 142 through... No. Didn't we just have 141?
No.
Well, hang on, because we stopped at 140, so let me see what 141 is. 141 was in the... Okay, then we'll take that. We should have voted that with that because it's like the other part of the So we're going to take up number 141.
Oh, yeah, because that's not part of this.
Because it's not part of it, yeah. All right, so that is, we support laws limiting the ways in which internet providers, electronic applications, websites, schools, government entities, and others may access the electronic communications or documents of all Texans. Anybody wish to speak? Well, first, can I get a motion to approve this?
Motion. Daniel Castillo. Daniel Castillo.
Thank you. Second?
Vice Chairman. Vice Chairman, second.
All right, discussion? All right, anyone else? All right, you in favor of 141, resolution 141, say aye. Aye. Against? No?
Aye.
All right, and it failed. Nobody going to challenge me on that? Okay, I got you. I just want to make sure everybody's still with us. All right. Okay. So 142, I'll tell you what, do we have, let's see, from the floor, I only know of one resolution that was presented this morning. Are there any more? Just that one?
Yeah, I'll bring it up when you finish.
Okay, good deal. Well, then let's do the minority report, and then we'll have that one more afterwards. The minority report is the committee, as we went through all these 400 resolutions that people wanted, these were ones that we just rejected outright because they were either not defined, impossible to implement because of definitions or those kind of things. So if you'll look at those, I'm going to take a motion that we vote on, and it'll be the recommendation of the committee that we vote against all of these. But if you want to pull one of them, we'll certainly allow it to do that same way. So the motion right now is that we consider all of these as one, number 142 through 149.
Mr. Chair, you're out of order. You can't make motions.
You're right.
I will make that motion so that it's in order.
You're exactly right. Second? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cobble. All right. Discussion? Seeing none, if you wish to take these all up together, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. We'll take all these up together. Now, I'll entertain a motion that we deal with these. Mr. Steinhagen?
I call the question.
All right, call the question. And that is, the discussion will be, does anyone want to discuss any of these things separately? All right, that being the case, he's called the question. If you're in favor of taking the committee recommendation against these, say aye. Okay. I think you got a point of order back there.
I had to read it real quick there. I'd like to pull out.
You don't need to run, we're good.
That's recognized.
You're good, you're recognized.
Greg Ray,
Precinct 4. I'd like to pull out 146.
146? Sure, absolutely. Anyone else? All right, then the question that was called, and Bob, do you want to just state that?
Yeah, I move to reject. Is it a rejection? Is that the motion? How should I make that? Remove them?
Remove them from...
Okay, I move to remove resolutions 142, 43, 44, 45, 47, 48, and 49.
Can I get a second to that?
I'll remove them from consideration.
Pitch Land?
Is that better?
All right, if you're in favor of removing those, say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. All right, that has it. So we will take up number 146, and that is eligibility requirement for GOP gubernatorial candidates. All right, we resolve to be eligible as a Republican candidate for the governor of Texas. The candidate seeking the nomination must have the support of the majority of Republican county chairs within the state. All right. Anyone wish to make a motion concerning number 146? You pulled it, Greg. Do you want to discuss it? Or do you want to make a motion to approve it? Yeah. Well, but I'm good. Greg?
I move to approve this.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. You guys a second? Sure. All right. Discussion? You want to speak in favor? And if somebody wants to come up, you just speak against.
My name is Greg Bray, Precinct 4. I am a favor of this. And maybe that's because of with the current governor, we look to our precinct chairs to be those that are well versed in what's going on in state politics, local politics, county politics, and we have a governor that is being censured by different counties. I'd like the party to have some say in who represents that party. So that's why I wanted to bring this to for discussion to see if anybody else felt otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dunhagen?
Yeah, I stand in opposition to this, and Greg, I appreciate what you're saying. The fact of the matter is, we are the Republican Party, and that's what needs to be emphasized. We, the Republican primary voters, and I am very much against the top-down kind of form of government, and that's what this feels like to me, which is why I oppose it. So I believe that while we may not agree that voters made the right decision in who's going to represent us on the Republican platform for governor, the people still have that, should have that right.
Anyone else discussion?
Sure. Discussion.
Sorry.
Ford.
Doug Roth, Precinct 1.
Go ahead.
My understanding of this is that this would be more of us validating that we believe the candidate to be a Republican, not stopping them from being on the ballot if they're not a Republican. I mean, if we see someone who wants to run as a Republican, it's just saying that the county chairs, kind of that first level, say, yes, they're a Republican, right? I mean, we're still going to have the primary to determine which person goes. This is basically saying we can't have an independent that truly doesn't support our values and principles just say, I want to run as a Republican. Giving the county chairs the opportunity to have a voice in that. Anyway, that's all I got.
Ms. Hinton?
Yes. Sharon Henson, Precinct 3B. As county chair, I would say that the intent of this, I think, is right, but the practicality of it is impossible. With the number of county chairs that we have across the state, and getting, like we had 8 people running for governor on the primary, and some of them never heard a single word from any of them. If we have this in our platform, then we are basically limiting people's ability to decide they want to run for something, whether they're legitimate or not. So I totally understand what the intent is, but I'm against it because it's, I think it's not unconstitutional because it limits who can run, and it's not practical for the number of county chairs that we've got and the number of people who want to run.
All right. As to this resolution, if you are in favor, say aye. If you're opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nays have it, so that fails. And Mr. Henson, if you want to come up, we have one last resolution. Thank you guys so much for making. Did you say he's in the restroom? That's why he's not up here? I didn't know that to say that. Okay, so y'all understand by doing it the way we did it, I hope y'all don't think that we put too much work into this as far as we wanted to be cognizant of your time. The committee we've met for 2 weeks in the evening doing exactly this, going through all these things, trying to pare them down, looking at language. And I think this process that we had worked a lot better than it has in the past, where we've gone on and on and on. At least here, everybody got to say what they wanted to say over these resolutions that are important to their own selves. So with that, I'll tell you, I thank you so very much for being Republicans, for being here and participating in this. This party cannot exist and cannot continue to strive unless we have good folks like you in the audience. Thank y'all so much.
Okay, so we did have a couple of resolutions from the floor today. So what we did is we just typed them in over there, and I created a snip and put them in an email to myself, so it's kind of an awkward format. Not sure, we won't even be able to manipulate this as you see it. So if you're going to propose edits, we may have to dump this into Word and do some editing, but we're going to try to pass this without any edits and see what happens. So I'll just read it as written, submitted from the floor. We promote Texas energy independence as a charter state of oil, natural gas, and renewable energy, securing supply and demand, positioning Texas as a hallmark state of energy independence. Can I get a motion that we pass this as written?
I motion to pass there. I'll second. Sherry Lund.
Get both of those. Any discussion? All right, so I'll make a motion, excuse me, we're going to take a vote on this. If you're in favor of this resolution as written, say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say nay. Fantastic. Ayes have it. Scroll to the next one. Likewise, we just kind of got a snip from an email. Any elected Texas Republican official who openly states that he or she will not work with or support the Republican Party of Texas, the State Republican Executive Committee, or violates their oath of office should not be accepted by the Republican Party as a candidate. If they are already an elected official, they shall be eligible for censure. Wow. I know who. That's great.
A motion or second, whatever it takes.
Okay. Discussion. Step up.
Sherry London, Precinct 3D. An amendment. The intent of this, it would be, I would propose to amend any elected Texas Republican official or candidate, getting to the heart of, if someone wants to run as a Republican, they should act like a Republican. So it would have to include an elected official or a candidate. So that's my amendment. Okay, I withdraw the amendment.
Okay, the amendment's been withdrawn. Thank you for recognizing our piece of art.
Robert Dorsey. 4C2A, I'd like to make a motion to amend. Yeah, like if a Republican's not honoring their, like the Republican Party values, then they're not going to care about being censured by their own party. So we need to increase this penalty, and I think we should remove censure and replace it with firing squad. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But I think we should give it more teeth. And I mean, I'm open to any other recommendations, but can we replace censure with like recall or something like that? I don't know. Just want to put it out there. So yeah, my suggestion.
Out of order. Out of order.
Why? Why?
Conversation.
All right, I'd like to appeal the decision of the chair.
Yep. No, he can appeal the ruling of the chair.
Next, anybody else for discussion?
Well, I made a motion to amend. I want to remove censure and replace it with recall.
It's been withdrawn, so the amendment.
Well, the amendment was withdrawn,
No.
but he's making another
He's
amendment.
making another amendment.
Okay.
He's making a different.
Yeah, I would rewind it, because he's making a different.
So the amendment is to remove the word censure and replace it with the word recall.
Yes, sir. Recall.
So, any discussion, I have a motion for an amendment to replace the word censure with the word recall. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
State your name. Any discussion to the edit of replacing the word censure with the word recall?
Philip Hatfield, 3E. I think you should have censure and recall. I don't think you should remove the word censure.
So you're proposing an edit to the edit?
Yes. That's fine.
That's a friendly edit, so,
Censure and or recall?
okay, so, thank you, we've got it. So the author of the edit has said a friendly edit, so we're gonna include both censure and or censure and recall? What do you want, Philip? Censure and or recall, or censure and recall?
And or.
I'm open to the consensus of the room.
And or.
You gotta make the motion.
And or.
And or.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. All right, any more discussion on the edit? Come on in.
I'd like to be against the recall part of
Can I
that.
pause you a second? I need a second to the proposed amendment before we have discussion.
Okay,
Rob.
we had a second.
Okay, yeah,
The
state your
reason
name.
I'm
and
against
your form.
the recall is that's going to cause us to have another recall election. And that's going to cost the state more money, and I'm against the state paying more money on that. So censure them, and then let's beat them in the next election if they have to, I think.
Any, any more discussion on the edit to the resolution?
Well,
No, he didn't propose it.
I'll just quickly.
He didn't propose it.
Signatures, you get them.
Having and or does what you want it to do. Doesn't mean that it's recall, it's an option for voters to decide, taxpayer voters.
Okay. If there's no more discussion, we're going to move to a vote on the edit. All in favor of the edit to replace the word censure, to replace the word censure to include censure and or recall, aye. Say aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Now we're going to vote on the resolution. So it's basically the resolution you see on your screen, but when you get to the word censure, it'll include the word and or recall. Any more discussion on it as proposed, as edited? You bet. Any elected Texas Republican official who openly states that he or she will not work with or support the Republican Party in Texas, that state Republican executive, the state Republican Executive Committee, or violates their oath of office, should not be accepted by the Republican Party as a candidate. If they are already an elected official, they shall be eligible for censure and or recall.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna move to a vote on that. All in favor of this resolution as written, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. Okay, congratulations. That concludes our portion from the Resolutions Committee. Mark, if there's nothing else, I'm going to turn it back over to the county chair. Thank you all.
I would like to thank the committee for their work in preparing the report, and thank you all for doing this and getting them done. Yay! A couple of things I'd like to, a couple of announcements. Number one, the Hispanic Club is hosting a Sanctity of Life fundraiser, so I'm going to ask the Sanctity of Life Chair, Mark Russo, to speak to you for about that in just a moment.
Well, hello everyone. Mark Russo, Sanctity of Life Chair. The Hispanic Club, Rockwall County Hispanic Club, is having their Sanctity of Life. And as I always say, if it wasn't for your parents making a decision, you wouldn't be here today. So we're celebrating that moment and then giving the opportunity for everyone to support life. So May 14th, 6:30 at the center, we will have an event. Adriana Aldine will be our keynote speaker. Also, we'll have Father Sean Martin, and also we'll have Desmond and also give his personal testimony. It will be a celebration of life. It will be, the whole night will be different and special. I trust if you haven't been to our first one, this is really unique. And we ask everyone, if they're not a Republican or not, come, because it's about supporting life and getting involved in the Republican Party. So please, we encourage all of you to attend. It'll be $60 for a single ticket or $110 for 2 tickets for a couple. And we also have other opportunities.
Yeah, that's a great event. Last year, where's the money going to this year?
It'll be going to
Cedar Creek. Cedar Creek. It's awesome. A great thing. Next, the state convention will be held June 16th through 18th, with the committees beginning June 13th at the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston. You'll be getting information on that if you have signed up as a delegate or alternate. As the business of this convention has been conducted, the chair would recognize a motion to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn? Sherry London, Mr. Bridges, second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no.
Shut up, Mark.
The ayes have it. The convention is adjourned.